Good evening, and welcome to the April 27th, 2026 meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. I am Chair Andrew Eric, and I thank you for joining us this evening, either remotely or here in council chambers. Established by state law, our city's planning commission is composed of 7 volunteer residents of Menlo Park, appointed to 4-year terms by the city council. Our planning commission is not a policy setting body, that's the city council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals for compliance with our city's general plan, zoning ordinance, and related policies, which can all be found on the city's website or other government sites. The commission also reviews city-initiated land use planning projects, such as general plan updates and zoning ordinance amendments. The commission reviews development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, a variance, minor subdivision, as well as the environmental reviews associated with those projects. When applicable, the Planning Commission reviews below market rate or BMR housing agreements associated with these applications. The Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as the recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezoning, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and environmental reviews associated with those projects. If applicable, the Planning Commission reviews and makes recommendations on BMR agreements associated with these projects. Staff in our city's planning division are responsible for processing development applications, as well as for both implementing and amending the general plan, zoning ordinances, and related policies in order to further the goals of the city. Staff is also responsible for the agenda of regular Planning Commission meetings. We encourage your active participation, whether you are an applicant or interested member of the public, and there will be an opportunity to speak publicly for each specific agenda item, as well as for general public comment. With that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Here.
Commissioner Farrick.
Here.
Commissioner Schindler.
Here.
Commissioner Sillen.
Here.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Present.
I am Chair Eric. I am also present. So we have 6 commissioners in chambers, which is a quorum. 1 commissioner is absent tonight. The next item on our agenda is reports and announcements. Mr. Parada, are there any staff reports or announcements this evening?
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission. So tomorrow evening, the City Council will, at its regular meeting, has a number of items that I think might be of interest to the Commission, so I want to highlight them here. 1, the Council will be considering applicants and appointments to fill vacancies on various advisory bodies, including 2 terms that are currently expiring at the end of this month for the Planning Commission. The Council will also be considering a resolution to ratify the Menlo Park Fire Protection District's local ordinance adopting the 2025 California Fire Code and local amendments. And then there also will be an item to authorize the city manager to execute an amended MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Caltrain to advance the design and environmental clearance for the Middle Avenue undercrossing project. And then lastly, the council will also be considering a resolution amending the city's comprehensive master fee schedule. This comes out of the cost of services study that the city recently underwent. And so it basically would be a comprehensive update to the master fee schedule for kind of all departments, but general administration, admin services, community developments included in that, library and community services, police, public works, and the Menlo Park Municipal Water. So that concludes my reports and announcements. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Parada. Do commissioners have any questions about these announcements or any announcements of their own? Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions about Mr. Parada's announcements, but I do have one announcement, or I guess one report and one announcement, if I may. Excuse me. Expanding upon what Mr. Parada said last Tuesday, excuse me, the 14th, I participated in Planning Commission candidate interviews for one of the 2 open positions on the Planning Commission with City Council. There were 5 candidates who spoke, including me. The format was modified from my last application cycle in that we were given 3 minutes to do an introduction, followed by an opportunity to answer questions that were asked by City Council. I thought it was bringing it up because I think some of the questions that Council asked of the candidates, including myself, were relevant. So Council did ask some standard questions like what the candidates thought of the interdependent roles of staff, the Planning Commission, and Council, whether or not candidates had been to Planning Commission meetings, or, for example, tell me about a time where you considered a variety of different perspectives and changed your mind. Council also asked questions that seemed very pointedly about things that have come up here recently, including whether candidates see the role of Planning Commission as reactive or proactive or both. City Council members also asked Planning Commissioner candidates about how Planning Commission could balance or should balance creative housing solutions versus responding to state requirements. So while this is all visible on the video recording of City Council meetings, I thought I would save you the time. I did make a point of sharing my opinion that there are lots of different ways for planning commissioners to function within its prescribed set of roles. So the topics and functions that we see most regularly here that have been part of our sort of historical remit, and also to find creative ways, additional ways to advance the city's housing goals. And in specific reference to the question about a question that was asked of me and other candidates about expanding the prescribed role of the Planning Commission, I did say that I would like to see a dialogue between commissioners, between council and staff, to see if there are places where potentially the commission could expand scope if they had bandwidth, inclination, and skill set. So I think I gave an example of for perhaps picking one of the housing element programs where the Planning Commission is named as a responsible party. There are, I don't know, between 1 and 2 dozen of them. And making that part of a dialogue and looking for a way to potentially deepen engagement. Let's see. Oh, okay. And so that was something that I chimed in on. Also of note to this commission, there was a closing comment from Councilmember Combs as we wrapped up all of the interviews, where he made a point of saying that he felt that City Council would be the correct venue for discussions and decisions about expanding the scope of the Planning Commission, and that currently and regrettably, there seems to be pressure being put on staff sort of around in the area of this conversation. So I wanted to bring that back as a valuable information point to this commission. That was my report. My announcement feels a little moot. I believe that tonight is Commissioner Doe's last Planning Commission meeting. She is absent, and just, I guess I'll try and do this quickly for the record. I wanted to express my gratitude and my appreciation for her work here over the last 4 years. When I joined the Planning Commission, she was extremely welcoming and helpful with her initial advice about how to get started. And then in the 3 years that I worked with her, I found her to be consistently thoughtful with balanced analysis of the content that we see here, and always had a lot of constructive comments. She was also, I noted, quick to always appreciate applicants and staff as well as other commissioners, which I think contributed to this Planning Commission being a positive and constructive place to work. So I thank her for her service, even though she is absent tonight. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Schindler. I will echo those thoughts. I think Commissioner Doe has been an excellent commissioner, and thank you for your comments as well. Are there any other reports or announcements from commissioners? Okay. In that case, we will move to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name, district, or city of residence, but it is helpful. The commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Please know that if you are here tonight to comment on one of our agenda items, you will have a chance to speak when we get to that item in the agenda. To learn how to participate in public comment, I'm going to turn to our clerk this evening, Mr. Ball, to explain how you can participate and then to begin the public comment period.
Good evening, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission. During the public comment period, members of the public will have an opportunity to share their comments or questions remotely by clicking on the hand icon on your screen. Staff will introduce you and activate your microphone. For those calling into tonight's meeting, please click *9 on your keypad to notify staff you have a comment. If multiple people are speaking from the same account, please let us know at the beginning of your time and we will make sure each person gets a chance to speak. For those participating in person, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and hand it to me.
Okay, Mr. Ball, I assume there are no requests to speak at this time?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. I am going to close the public comment portion of our agenda and move us to item E, and in particular, item E1, which is a presentation of the draft anti-displacement plan. Before we get started, and I hand it over to Mr. Wong, the city's housing manager, I just want to note for commissioners, and I guess for the public as well, Mr. Parada and I spoke earlier today, and in terms of this item, staff is kindly presenting this item as awareness for the Planning Commission and members of the public. In general, this plan is relevant, but not directly part of our remit here. So after Mr. Wong finishes, we will do public comment, and then commissioners are welcome to provide comments, although this is not an item where we're giving feedback to staff. So the discussion, commissioners are welcome to provide any comments or opinions they have, but we will generally keep the conversation limited to that. Okay, with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Wong. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Give me a moment to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so very good. Good evening, Planning Commission and members of the public. My name is Tim Wong. I'm the housing manager for the city, and thank you for this opportunity to present a high-level presentation of the city's draft anti-displacement plan. So to start, what is displacement? Displacement occurs when people need to relocate from their homes or neighborhood for reasons outside their control. That could be a physical displacement, such as an eviction. It could be a financial displacement, such as when rents are too expensive to afford, or even something such as a cultural displacement, where through potentially gentrification, the neighborhood may change in terms of its demographics that may lead to a displacement. But it's mostly those factors outside the household's control. And then why is the city engaging or preparing an anti-displacement plan? During the preparation of the housing element and the environmental justice elements, it was clear that the community wanted to address displacement in the community. Therefore, in the housing element, program H2E specifically called for an anti-displacement strategy, and 2 programs in the EJ, to name a couple, also addressed displacement in the community. So based on that direction, the city has been preparing an anti-displacement plan. And here is a rough timeline. Staff has begun work in the latter half of 2024, starting with some initial research of strategies. And just to clarify, during the housing element and environmental justice element meetings, the public provided many suggested strategies on how to combat or address displacement. And in the end, approximately 23 different strategies were suggested. So starting in the latter portion or the latter half of 2024, staff started researching all these different strategies. And as understanding that there were 23 strategies to put together in a manageable form, staff started holding community meetings with the public to see what the public would provide in terms of what priorities they wanted for those strategies. In continuation of that, in 2025, a citywide survey was launched to try to capture additional community feedback to help prioritize those strategies. In addition to community feedback, in July and August of 2025, we being staff, spoke to housing practitioners and housing experts about each of the strategies to get their professional feedback, if you will, on the various strategies. And then in September, staff took its initial research to the Housing Commission and City Council for study session. And then based on direction from the Housing Commission and the City Council, took 2026 up to now to prepare the draft anti-displacement plan. And to provide you a little feedback about the study sessions that occurred in September. So September 3rd had a study session with the Housing Commission. And at that point, we had some drafted recommendations. As you can see, a rental assistance program. Another recommendation or strategy was to establish a legal assistance program. A third recommendation was to extend just cause eviction protections, to implement an anti-harassment ordinance, and then lastly, expand the home preservation program. And as part of the discussion, staff provided a couple additional considerations for the Housing Commission to evaluate as potential recommendations, which were to create a rent registry and to develop the workforce. And develop a workforce is like workforce training. And I will go into these recommendations a little further and in more detail later in the presentation. And based on the Housing Commission feedback, they supported to add the rent registry. They also wanted to extend relocation assistance. And for them, they wanted to establish a tenant community opportunity to purchase program. It's also known as TOPA-COPA, tenant opportunity to purchase. Based on the following week, we went to the City Council for their study session. The council was supportive of the recommendations. In addition, they wanted to include the rent registry, to include the workforce training, also to extend the amount of relocation assistance. So based on that council direction, staff began to prepare the plan. As part of it, wanted to also say that the state and the city also recognize that displacement is an issue throughout the state and in the community. And so current efforts from the state include the California Tenant Protection Act, people more commonly known as AB 1482, and the Tenant Protection Act, amongst other requirements, created a rent stabilization requirement, which is the 10% or CPI plus 5%, whichever is lower. It also clarified situations for just cause evictions, as well as other requirements. In addition, the state passed a revision to the Housing Accountability Act in 2017 that was quite significant in that it required one-to-one replacement of residential units. And for those tenants of quote-unquote protected units, there were some significant relocation benefits and also the ability to remain in the unit for a certain amount of time. So those were some additional anti-displacement strategies that the state approved as part of these two acts. On a local level, the city also has a tenant relocation assistance ordinance that requires 3 months of relocation. There is the 12-month lease requirement, which landlords are required to offer tenants a 12-month lease. The city has been active in affordable housing production. Also in 2019, the city established it started off as a rental assistance program, and during COVID, it became a housing assistance program, but with Samaritan House. And then lastly, the city has provided funding to Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together to do a single-family housing preservation program. So those are just some current city anti-displacement efforts. As mentioned, there were 23 suggested strategies. And so to better organize these strategies as part of the plan framework, we divided these strategies into the 4 Ps. You may be more familiar with the 3 Ps, the production, protection, and preservation pillars, the 3 Ps. As part of it, we have added a 4th P, or the prosperity pillar. And so based on these 4 pillars, the strategies are divided. And as a quick run through, under the production pillar, some of the suggested strategies from the community include increasing affordable housing production and explore changes to BMR requirements. Once again, these are strategies that have been suggested from the community during the EJ and housing element community meetings. As you can see here, most of the suggested strategies fall under the protection pillar, starting from expand just cause eviction to modifying tenant relocation assistance, providing legal assistance to tenants, and also maybe even exploring limiting additional fees that are passed on to tenants. So it's a wide spectrum of potential protection strategies that were suggested. Under preservation, other strategies suggested included a home repair renovation program. Again, I mentioned the COPA TOPA strategy, and purchase and preservation of existing housing. And lastly, under the 4th P, or prosperity, some strategies included down payment assistance, financial planning, and workforce development. So these are the 23 strategies that that staff reviewed and analyzed, and understanding that the city could not adopt all 23 at the same time, to kind of synthesize some of these, or not some of these, but to synthesize these strategies into a manageable plan. And the methodology that staff used was a three-prong approach. I kind of mentioned these already, but starting with community feedback to see which of these 23 strategies of them, which did the community prioritizes the highest priority, if you will. Again, we talked to the experts through interviews, the professionals to get their opinion, and then whatever research was out there to support or negate, if you will, the strategy, the benefits, those type of things of each of the strategies. And then other factors that staff use was benefit. When I say benefit, like community benefit. Some of these strategies may affect a small amount of people or households, while other strategies may be citywide, like rent control, for example, versus a local anti-displacement program, which may affect the local households, or assistance for veterans, very specific. Another factor was cost. How much does it cost to implement or establish a program like this or a strategy? And lastly, time. How much time does it take? Understanding that displacement has been a serious issue for a number of years now. How do we provide the most immediate impact or benefit to the current households? So once again, these are the recommended strategies that will be included in the draft plan. And just a little more detail about a rental assistance program. So just to clarify that staff is proposing a rental assistance program, and this is emergency assistance. If you're behind, you receive an eviction notice or something to, it's like a one-time assistance payment. It's not a consistent program such as Section 8, to clarify that. And in addition, for a rental assistance program, the city has received a grant from MTC to implement or establish a rental assistance program. As for a legal assistance program, research has shown that evictions are going up since that exceed pre-pandemic levels. And so we think that eviction levels going up is kind of like the tip of the iceberg for the entire displacement iceberg, that there's probably a lot more informal displacements occurring also. And it's shown that even a little bit of legal assistance to a tenant is very effective in helping them contest their evictions, in challenging their evictions. In addition, the city has also received a grant for this program. For the third recommended strategy, extend just cause evictions. Currently, AB 1482 has just cause protections, but they do not apply to single family homes. And these just cause evictions are due to sunset in 2030. And lastly, they do offer relocation assistance, but only for 1 month. So staff is looking into evaluating extending the just cause protections to single family homes, increasing relocation assistance to 4 months, and then also by approving a local ordinance, these protections could go on much longer than beyond 2030. The fourth is implementing an anti-harassment ordinance. We've received just anecdotally a number of situations about harassment. So that is another one. And then expand the home preservation program. Specifically, this would be for multifamily housing, seeing how the city already has a home preservation program for single family homes. And this can be implemented very quickly by emphasizing rehab of multifamily units as part of the city's NOFA, our Notice of Funding Availability, to encourage those affordable multifamily units that need rehab to apply for our NOFA. And then the last two are to create a rent registry, which is a rental database for the city. And lastly, develop a workforce program, to provide or increase financial independence. So here are some immediate next steps that we will be releasing the draft plan later this week in anticipation for Housing Commission review on May 6th. We'll go to the council on May 19th, and work has already begun on the rental assistance and legal assistance program, and we anticipate their implementation in the fall of 2026. And to be honest, probably closer to the late fall of 2026, but work has already begun. And for the remaining recommendations, it's anticipated that they will be implemented within the next few years, but that just depends on departmental staff bandwidth and other priorities. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you about the city's draft anti-displacement plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. I'm, as previewed, going to open public comment for this item. So, Mr. Ball, if you could please provide the public on instructions for providing public comment and open the comment period for item E1.
If you're joining remotely, please click the hand icon, or if you're calling in, press *9 on your keypad. Staff will call on speakers and unmute you. For those here in person, please complete a speaker card at the back of the room and hand it to me. We do have one public comment from, it looks like we have two, starting with Angela Evans, followed by Miyoko Harris Parker. So Angela, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. This is Angela Evans. I am a director at the nonprofit Menlo Spark. I'm also a Menlo Park resident in District 5. As most of you probably know, Menlo Spark is a climate nonprofit that also incorporates housing equity deeply into our work. First of all, thank you, Mr. Wong, for your excellent presentation and all of your work on these topics. I truly applaud your staff's work here, and we're grateful that these ordinances are being slated in for the near future. Menlo Sparks made a few additional recommendations to staff that are consistent with our city's environmental justice element and staff's third P, or protection plan, that Mr. Wong presented to you. First, just a little bit of background for context. Generally speaking, we are in the middle of a policy shift in our city and region, where soon gas appliances inside homes are going to have to be replaced with zero pollution heat pump electric versions when those gas versions die. And the focus is on water heaters and furnaces. Now, the great news is that building electrification in this way yields enormous climate, public health, and tenant benefits, including likely utility bill savings for renters. There are, however, some incremental increases in upfront costs at installation until the heat pump market fully matures. And so many climate and justice advocates, including ourselves, are calling on cities to make sure that renters are not inadvertently impacted in the form of cost pass-throughs or displacement from this. So Menlo Sparks made 4 recommendations around this. I'm just going to whiz through them. Staff's seen them. The first is to amplify or sort of find a way to reiterate portions of state law that already require landlords to keep home and hot water heating functioning at all times and pay for the replacements when those appliances break. Number 2, codified language here that explains that replacements of gas appliances with electric versions, which usually takes about 1 to 2 days for water heaters and maybe 2 to 3 days for heating, do not get anywhere close to meeting the state's definition of, quote, substantial remodel, which is about 30 days plus, and therefore cannot and should not be used as false pretext for just cause evictions. And this fits really well into staff's recommended strategy number 3 presented tonight. The third is to place guardrails on subsidized city programs, such as the home upgrade program, that ensures that landlords cannot pass through the value of their subsidies onto the tenants. I don't think we need ordinance language for that. We can find a way to incorporate that language directly into program guidelines. And the fourth and final is to include language in the anti-harassment ordinance that's being proposed by city staff that mandated gas to electric appliance rules that landlords use to either evict or threaten to evict, or increase costs or threaten to increase costs for tenants shall be defined as harassment. And this fits really well into recommended strategy number 4 by city staff tonight. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Miyoko, you can go next. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Wong and your staff for this presentation. I was happy to see that a number of the recommendations from residents here in Belhaven did make the list. And thank you to the previous speaker, Ms. Evans. I concur with all of your comments and appreciate you sharing that information. I just have a question and asking for clarification on the implementation of the rest of the elements of the anti-displacement program. If I heard you correctly, you said it was unsure due to staffing. I'm curious as to what is the actual language that staff is going to be recommending to City Council if you're saying it's based off of staffing. Are you going to ask City Council to increase staff levels to be able to make sure that the anti-displacement program does have a successful future with the proper staff? Thank you.
And then we have one final comment from Karen Grove. You can go ahead and speak now.
Thank you. I'm Karen Grove. I'm a resident of Menlo Park and a co-founder of Menlo Together. And as I'm speaking for myself, but I do know that Menlo Together is very supportive of these anti-displacement measures as well. So I'm just chiming in to say that I'm really grateful that we're coming forward with these recommendations. It's too bad it couldn't have been done 10 years ago, but at least we're doing it now. And I also want to just say how much I appreciate the work of Menlo Spark and Angela Evans, and I support those recommendations as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you to the previous speaker as well. Mr. Wong, is there anything you would like to add in response to those comments?
No, staff is not proposing more staffing, but we will see how we will start with the first 2 programs, the legal assistance and rental assistance. The plan is to complete those programs first and then attack the just cause evictions. Those recommendations, I forgot to mention, are listed in kind of staff's recommended priorities, and to work through those, and staff will when possible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to move us into commission discussion, and I'll just say as my comment quickly that I thank you for all of the work and wish staff and the Housing Commission and City Council best of luck as they consider and hopefully adopt this plan. Vice Chair Silverstein.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wong, for all the work on this. I too am very supportive of this overall initiative. I have 2 general questions. One is, at the beginning you mentioned that displacement can be categorized into either financial, physical, or cultural, and potentially others. Do you have any data or a perspective on the relative impact or importance of those different categories of displacement? Is one 90% of the problem that we're trying to solve, or are all of them generally equally of concern? And then my second question is, of the 4 Ps that you mentioned, production was not a part of any of the recommended strategies in the presentation. And I'm wondering if there was a specific reason, or could you go into more detail as to why nothing in terms of production was specifically recommended, and maybe it's a function of ability to impact that, but I'd like to go into that further. Thank you.
I'll answer your second question first. It is not a recommendation per se, because the city is already working on affordable housing production, whether it's through the city's NOFA, its funding process to help provide financial assistance to affordable housing developers. This NOFA is done every 2 years, and that has been in existence for a few years now. And secondly, through the city's BMR guidelines or BMR requirement, we are currently participating with other jurisdictions in a Grand Nexus study to see how we can potentially revise the city's BMR guidelines to look at maybe deeper affordability or a higher percentage, depending on what the results are of the study. So those are not recommendations because they're already underway. So that's to answer your second question. In regards to what is the most prevalent type of displacement, if you will, that is hard to say. And one of the things I've learned in doing this, displacement is a very informal process. It's very difficult to quantify. If you move out, you just move out. And so they don't give a reason. But I think part of it is looking at the data, rents have increased while the incomes have not correspondingly increased. Therefore, thinking that potentially financial could be a serious driver of displacement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schindler.
I'm going to say thank you for just bringing this to us, even though it's not officially necessarily within our decision-making jurisdiction. It's impressive work, and it's great to know that these things are going along in parallel with the kind of things that we do see on a regular basis, which are more along the lines of the affordable housing production that we were just talking about. I look forward to getting updates on all of the key recommendations that are first on the list of recommendations, and then all the things that are sort of subsequent and hopefully continue. Because I think a number of them are either contained within components of the environmental justice element, or even some of them are contained as elements within the parts of the housing element. I think as relates to the comments from our public speakers, the specific requests about ensuring that the impact on renters that's coming from this societal-wide trend in electrification get incorporated into whatever the appropriate ordinances are. I won't claim to know exactly what they are, but I believe that the commenter talked about just cause eviction and also potentially the anti-harassment. So I would like to see the impact of electrification addressed in ordinances and even in some of the informal community outreach programs. So there was mention of education and so on and so forth. If it could just be baked into that in accordance with the 4 recommendations, I think that would be very valuable. Thank you.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you, Chair. Quick disclosure, I'm on the advisory board for Menlo Spark. So the commenter that made the first comment, I've had the ability to work with her. And so just wanted to state that. And therefore, no surprise, I would support the recommendations. I am, though, concerned or have a question really about the idea that I totally agree that legal assistance can be incredibly valuable. And I think we have some awesome work done by our nonprofit legal services. However, their bandwidth is often very constrained from funding to lawyer availability, et cetera. So I guess my question is that I'm wondering if there has been any consideration by the city of some other ways to help ensure that tenants know their rights and know what the landlords respond, and landlords for that matter, landlords finding that, for example, that they need, they're required to replace the broken, what are they called? Not utensils, but the, like the items that are requiring electrification, appliances, that's the word I'm looking for, without passing along those costs. Like, I think they're just, I guess my question is, while I support the idea that legal services will be increasingly supported, I am still concerned that there will be a number of people that just really need a quick answer and some clarity on some pretty straightforward legal questions. And so is there another mechanism to kind of bolster that?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we are looking into a partnership with Project Sentinel, since their focus is fair housing and also tenants, educating tenants. And so we are looking to see if they can provide more public outreach, more public education to both landlords and tenants. But I might add that for the legal assistance program, we're not quite sure where the legal assistance would happen. That doesn't necessarily, legal assistance does not necessarily mean legal representation. It could be, more of the upstream legal education, just even having that little contact in the upstream that will help prevent an eviction. Those things like, if you get a notice, you should show up at the court proceeding. Those type of tips have been very effective in challenging an eviction. So we're still trying to figure out what part of the legal process to provide the legal assistance, but your comment is noted.
Thank you. That was pretty much it, since it's all been very articulated clearly by others. I'm just trying to see if there's other, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
So first, I'll just second my colleagues' comments about the Menlo Spark recommendations. And it sounds like they've been in communication with the housing staff, and that the staff are amenable to considering them. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So that's great. It did look like a lot of stuff, even the pared down list. And I am mindful of staffing levels. And sometimes I wonder, what are our core competencies? I mean, workforce development might not be one of our core competencies. Maybe working with community partners, which is probably what you're planning on doing, but just, articulating that a little more to sort of understand how, what you're really good at, you can do more of, and how we can make sure that we cover the bases with external partnerships when possible. I'm really curious about the rental registry, and I'm also curious about the intersection between production, preservation, and anti-displacement, because I feel like we're being asked to produce a lot more housing. In the next item that we're talking about, we're going to see a lot of current rental properties that have the potential to be redeveloped. Some of us, maybe all of us this week, got an email from a surprised tenant near downtown who, learned that she was going to lose her rental property and didn't know much about her rights and wondered, and that's a property that I think might be redeveloped. And so first of all, I just want to ask quickly, what's the time frame on the rental registry? Is that like a massive project? What does that look like? What does it entail? Because I could imagine it being very useful as a baseline for our next housing element, and for, understanding who we need to be communicating with proactively, landlords and tenants, about their rights and responsibilities.
To be honest, I'm not too familiar with rent registries, but in talking to other jurisdictions, a rent registry, based on the complexity, how much information you want landlords to input but it takes about 1 or 2 years to establish a rent registry. So it is a longer term type project, if you will.
I think it could be useful to understand at a minimum where our rental properties are. Because a lot of our properties are not, I mean, the apartment complexes are obvious, but I know that a lot of the single family homes, the quote unquote single family homes in Belhaven are housing, often multiple households under one roof. And there are a lot of duplexes that may or may not be owner occupied. And then also we've been depending on ADUs for some of our housing production, and understanding how these in-law units might be, the extent to which some of those are hitting the rental market, and figuring out how that goes into our overall strategy. For me, if I were thinking about future housing production, the thing I'd want to know is, what do we currently have on the market and what are the rents? That way we can see where is our naturally occurring affordable housing. What are people actually paying for some of these older homes where they've been for a long time? Another recommendation that I have, and maybe you're already doing this, but I'm hoping that the planning and housing departments are synced up a bit so that if, for example, somebody gets a notice that the dwelling that they're living in, there's a redevelopment application on it, that they can also get some information from the people who are experts in anti-displacement about, and here's what this means for you. This would constitute this kind of eviction, and here's what you're entitled to, and here's some resources for you as you're starting on this scary next stage of your housing journey. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I want to echo my appreciation for presenting this item and working on all of the programs and gathering all the feedback. I know that was a long effort that started way back during the housing element and even before that. So it's great to see it come forward. I had a quick question. I'm not familiar with what it means to develop a workforce program. Could you clarify what that is?
Sure. And this is kind of in line with Commissioner Baruzzi's statement that yes, to clarify, it is more not to establish a workforce development, but it is more to partner with other existing programs to help potentially target Belhaven, to help them become that neighborhood to become a little more financially, I don't want to say financially independent, but just to increase their financial capabilities as part of the prosperity pillar, try to increase their incomes.
Could you maybe give an example of something similar from another city, just to illustrate what that looks like?
I don't have, I'm sure there are a number of examples. I don't have one off the top of my head, but for example, we've been talking to the College of San Mateo, Kenyatta College, who have workforce training programs, talking to the Labor Council. They have some apprenticeship programs that they go out to the community to advertise, if you will. And so potentially looking at those type of partnerships to help focus in the neighborhood to see how potentially we can increase their incomes through job training.
Got it. Thank you. So yeah, given what the chair said, I'll just give a few quick comments. I think I'm very supportive. I've been a renter for many years in the past, and I know that rental displacement is a serious issue that, you know, here we're talking about it kind of like in a nebulous, abstract way, but for a person like the person that contacted some planning commissioners this week, it's a very serious issue if you're facing having a rental arrangement that's suddenly going to go away and your rent is below market for whatever reason, and the prospect of having, or even if it is a market, having to find another place to live is a very hard thing and can be very shocking and traumatic in certain cases, depending on your living situation. So I do think that the items on this list are important, and we shouldn't wait or drag our feet on implementing the programs as soon as we can. And so whatever can be done to allocate the resources that we need to get, you know, the priorities done, I would certainly be supportive of. I agree with the list of, or rather I should say, I agree with the order of priorities that was presented for the things in the plan. It makes sense to start with the rental and legal assistance and move on to other things after. But again, since we only have sort of a timeline right now for the first two items, I would love to see a timeline for all of them as soon as possible. I echo Commissioner Baruzzi's positive view of the rental registry. I know that Palo Alto recently implemented one, so this isn't something that, again, is like abstract, unfamiliar territory. We have a neighboring city that's doing it right now, so we know it can be done. I think myself as a renter, when I lived in a rent control apartment, I had access to a registry of all the units. And I remember finding out that my neighbor across the hall pays half the rent I do because she'd been living there for like 20 years, which is great. But I do think it would be empowering for renters to have that information. So beyond just us collecting data, knowing what other people are paying in the neighborhood or in the building, in a case where rents are not necessarily just skyrocketing across the board, could empower a renter to renegotiate rent with our landlord. So it would be helpful in that way. But yes, as a secondary benefit, I do think it would be great for us as a city to have more data around what's going on. And I understand that this would make it a lot more complicated and difficult to implement, but I would love to see it include single family homes and ADUs so we could better understand how that works. I know for Palo Alto, I think it's 2-unit properties minimum, but I would love to see it rolled out across the board in Menlo Park. And then I think to echo what maybe Vice Chair Silverstein was getting at, I do see housing production in general as a key strategy. I know that that's not often mentioned when thinking about rents. We're talking about, you know, affordable housing, deed restricted, et cetera, but there have been many studies done that have shown that if you build more market rate housing, it does stabilize, if not lower rents across the board, because there are people that if they can't find, you know, a market rate apartment, they'll start looking at other types of housing. And so if we make more market rate units available, that will lower the pressure on other units. Again, here on the peninsula, we've just built so many huge office buildings and very little housing. So we're in such a big pressure cooker of people looking for places to live. I'm constantly talking to people looking for something for their family to rent. So there's demand across the board, even though it may seem like we're building more market rate than other types of housing. That doesn't mean we're building enough. And I do think it would make a dent in displacement, especially in light of what you said, Mr. Wong, about the fact that most displacement currently seems to potentially be happening due to financial issues, costs going up without income going up. That's a demand and supply issue. We could look at Austin as an example where they built a lot of housing recently and they're seeing rents go down and lots of concessions being made by landlords. And then just the last comment I want to make is that, yeah, I do think, you know, while rental protections are great and I support everything on the program, I hope the city is also checking, like you mentioned, you're meeting with experts. I think it's important to be mindful of, could any of these things be so impactful that they could meaningfully discourage new rental housing from being built or encourage a lot of landlords to convert their units to for sale units because, some of these requirements are so onerous, and I'm not a landlord. I don't claim to speak for them. It's just something I would want to make sure we're thinking about as we roll this out. Thank you.
Okay. I am not seeing any additional comments from commissioners. So presuming there are no additional comments from staff, I'm going to bring item E1 to a close and move us on to item F1. Item F1 is regarding a zoning ordinance and zoning map amendments for our city of Menlo Park. At this public hearing, the commission may consider amendments to the zoning ordinance and zoning map to temporarily exclude sites within the El Camino Real downtown specific plan subdistricts of D downtown, SAW, Station Area West, SAE, Station Area East, ECRSE, El Camino Real Southeast, and ECR North, El Camino Real Northeast residential emphasis that are within 1/4 mile of the Menlo Park Caltrain station from Senate Bill 79, the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act. Determine adoption of this ordinance is not subject to the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, because the activity will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and that adoption of an ordinance under SB 79's procedures specified in Government Code Section 65912.160 are statutorily exempt from CEQA review. The Planning Commission is scheduled tonight to make a recommendation to the City Council, which will be the final decision-making body on the proposed amendments. Separate notice will be given for the City Council public hearing. Excuse me. Mr. Parada, I believe you are the staff member in charge of this item, and I will turn it over to you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission. Kyle Parada, Assistant Community Development Director, here to introduce this item. So let's see, staff presentation is, let me make this full screen 1 second. Okay. Great. That's better. All right, so I won't reiterate this slide fully here, given that the chair just identified the same text, but effectively this evening, the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution. It's included in attachment A. It is to recommend that the Planning Commission amend the Menlo Park zoning map and zoning ordinance for those temporary exclusions from SB 79 and the sub-districts as mentioned by the chair, the downtown, Station Area West, Station Area East, El Camino Real Southeast, and El Camino Real Northeast residential emphasis. And so I would like to identify a few clarifications and updates since the publication of staff report. So there was an additional public comment that was sent to the commission this afternoon. It's also available in a hard copy for members of the community at the back of the room here. That comment came from the Housing Defense Fund, and it does identify some statements regarding the city's evaluation, stating it was done not on an individual basis by zone, but rather an aggregate as an average. That's actually incorrect. So I do want to set the record straight that the city did evaluate by zone. However, there was a mistake in our analysis that the HDF did correct or did identify. And so I'd like to make that correction here this evening. So the second bullet here is staff's correction. So for the zoning district or the sub-district of the specific plan, the ECR, NER, that's the El Camino Real Northeast Residential Emphasis District. Parcels that are located within 200 feet of a station entrance are actually not eligible. And I'll get to that more in the presentation, but the remaining parcels do qualify under the density and intensity. So those parcels between 200 and 1/4 mile remain eligible within the ECR, NER. It's simply those parcels within 200 feet. There's actually 2 parcels. They don't meet the density thresholds. So just want to make that clarification. And so let's go into a little bit of background here. SB 79, it's commonly referred to, or the title of the law is the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act. So that will become effective on July 1st of this year. What it does is it will override local development standards. Basically, it establishes a higher density, intensity of square footage, and height for housing and multifamily development as a permitted use on-site zone for residential. So an increase in density, intensity, and height, and housing as a permitted use for all sites within a quarter mile to a half mile of qualifying transit stops that are currently zoned for residential, commercial, and mixed uses. So what that doesn't include are a few parcels within the Menlo Park downtown area, such as the public facility zone parcels, so PF, so where we're sitting today. Also H or historic zone parcels are not included in that. What it does as well is it has a tiered upzoning. And so we'll get to the more details of that throughout this presentation, but basically increases in the density and intensity based on what tier transit-oriented development stop is located in the city. So basically the frequency of service and the overall population. So given Menlo Park's current population and the Caltrain station's frequency of service, Menlo Park is subject to the Tier 1 TOD stop requirements and is limited to, or the eligible parcels are within a quarter mile, not a half mile. So the half mile kicks in at a 35,000 population, and Menlo Park is below that currently. So this is the map with the applicable sites within a quarter mile of the Menlo Park TOD stop. So I do have a broader map that I'll share in a moment, but this zooms in at the Caltrain station. It shows you the Caltrain pedestrian access points in the red pin, and then it gives you that 200-foot adjacency buffer that we were just talking about a moment ago, which has a higher density and intensity allowance, as well as height, I should say. And then the blue line, blue radial, is the quarter-mile radius from the Menlo Park entrances. And there we go. And as I mentioned, I had a different map that would give a little more of the larger context for the site. So this is the Menlo Park transit-oriented development stop, and it does show the zoning districts that are within a quarter mile of the stop, as well as beyond a quarter mile within the half mile, for a little bit of context on that edge where the transition from a quarter mile to a half mile would be. It also does show the Palo Alto train station, which is not currently applicable to Menlo Park, but for context, that's shown at the bottom of the map here. As you can see, there's a large number of zoning districts that are applicable. It's a mixture of commercial zones, single-family zones, multifamily zones, and then the downtown specific plan with its various sub-districts. So SB 79 eligibility. So there's a number of eligibility requirements that a project would need to meet in order to be able to utilize the development potential from SB 79. So one is that it must be a housing development project. It must have a minimum of 5 units, and then also a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre, or the minimum set by the zoning, whichever is greater. The maximum average unit size across the entire development can't exceed 1,750 square feet. No hotels are allowed, and the project must meet the minimum affordability requirements. So state law sets a minimum affordability, where a local inclusionary ordinance requires more affordable units or deeper affordability. That would apply. And so in Menlo Park, our ordinance has a higher percentage of units that are required. And so it would apply our local BMR ordinance. And then lastly, demolition of rent-controlled or price-controlled units heavily restricted within the limits of SB 79. So as I was talking about a moment ago, SB 79 development potential, there are different tiers as you get further away from the Caltrain station. So the table on the right here, the most intense development is in the adjacent tier, which is within 200 feet of the pedestrian entrances. So that the max height is 95 feet. The maximum allowable density under SB 79 is 160 dwelling units per acre, and the floor area ratio is 4.5. And then the next tier is the quarter mile, which is 75 feet in height, 120 dwelling units per acre, and 3.5 FAR. And then the not applicable current radius or tier, but I do want to, just for context, mention it, within a half mile would be 65 feet in height, 100 dwelling units per acre, and a 3.0 FAR. There are also with SB 79 and state density and bonus law, they do interact together. And so there are additional incentives and concessions beyond state density and bonus law that SB 79 does afford to developments that move forward under SB 79. One thing to note there is that cities are not required to grant a height limit increase under SB 79 unless the project is 100% lower income. So as mentioned in the staff report, there are 4 approaches to implementation of SB 79. The bullets here, the top bullet is the adopt an exemption ordinance. That's staff's recommendation this evening. What that would do is temporarily exempt eligible sites until January 31st, or until no later than, I should say, January 31st, 2032. That aligns with 1 year after the adoption of the 7th cycle housing element update. The second option is to rezone all TOD eligible sites to allow 50% of the SB 79 default density and FAR. And this is a multi-part or multi-step option. Really, the first step would be to upzone sites and then adopt a subsequent ordinance exempting sites like the first bullet here, the exemption ordinance, exempting those sites from SB 79. The third option is to prepare a TOD alternative plan, which would reallocate density within the TOD zone. And as part of that, it would need to maintain or exceed the total capacity. So there would need to be a substantial staff effort and evaluation of the existing capacity, the capacity under SB 79, and then a plan to reallocate. So that would include a number of outreach and evaluations that would need to be done. And then the fourth option is to take no action. The city could do that, and then the default development standards in SB 79 would take effect on July 1st. So as I mentioned this evening before the Planning Commission, staff is recommending a proposed SB 79 exemption ordinance. So that first bullet on the previous slide, what that would do is maintain the current development standards within Menlo Park's downtown El Camino Real corridor. So basically leveraging the El Camino Real downtown specific plan standards for density, height, intensity, square footage, but also the city's design standards for modulation, setbacks, the overall architectural design standards that the city has in place in the downtown specific plan. And as I mentioned, the exemption would be applicable to sites in the following subdistricts. So I'll just reiterate them for the record. It's the D downtown, the SAW or Station Area West, SAE, Station Area East, ECR SE, which is El Camino Real Southeast, and then the ECR NER, which is El Camino Real Northeast residential emphasis. As I mentioned in the clarification slide, for ECR NER, that would be the exception of, it would not apply, I should say, to sites within 200 feet of a station entrance. And as I mentioned previously, in a preliminary analysis this afternoon, staff determined it was 2 sites that would be ineligible or would not be exempt under this ordinance if it was to move forward. So conclusion and next steps. So as mentioned, the recommendation before the commission is to adopt a resolution in attachment A that would recommend that the city council adopt an ordinance to add a new chapter, chapter 1657 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code, and then amend the Menlo Park zoning map to identify the excluded eligible parcels from SB 79. As mentioned previously, the recommendation this evening, if the Planning Commission wants to move forward with the resolution, would also recommend that it incorporates staff's correction to the eligibility for the ECR NER sites. And then moving forward, the City Council is tentatively scheduled to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation and the potential adoption of an ordinance on May 12th for the first reading, with the second reading on May 19th. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer clarifying questions at this time. And I should have identified in the beginning, part of the order of operations would be clarifying questions, followed by public comment period, and then commission discussion and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parada. I'm going to ask for clarifying questions at this time, and I see when we have one from Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. We also have clarifying questions. I saw a number of other hands as well, so looks like we've got many. Thank you, Mr. Prada. I do have a couple of requests for clarification / context, specifically about things that are referred to in the staff report. In the table and in the analysis, it talks about comparing existing zoned density to SB 79's default density. Could you remind us how the concept of the city's public benefit bonus density and the step up for FAR works? And then similarly, again, just as a reminder, walk us through how in the context of the state bonus density, the nuances of the concessions and incentives process.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So in the El Camino Real downtown specific plan, and I'll probably start referring it after this to the specific plan just for simplicity going forward, but in the specific plan, the city does have a base level and a public benefit bonus level. And so the public benefit bonus level is an increase in height in some districts, but in all of them, it's density, so units and square footage or FAR. That process in the specific plan is basically additional development potential beyond that base intensity, if you will, in exchange for an extra public benefit above and beyond the project itself. And so in the specific plan, that is set up as a structured negotiation between an applicant or a developer and the city. So there's not a specific list like the Bayfront area. It's a much more open-ended process of structured negotiation in terms of the public benefit bonus level in the specific plan. To answer the second part of your question, the step-up FAR is something we implemented as part of the housing element update. The goal for that was really to get potentially larger units. So a housing development project that has a certain percentage of the project as housing, I don't want to be quoted on this, but I think it's 60 or 65% in some districts. Then it can, if a development has a larger unit size, so I think the average unit size is about 1,000 is the minimum, and then 2,000 is the max, which is range. But the idea is to encourage these larger units in the downtown specific plan. So by giving extra FAR for those larger units, basically. So you're not necessarily limited by the FAR and the density. You can increase the unit sizes. And then as part of that, there's some other qualifiers with bedroom count. So a certain percentage would need to have 2 bedrooms, a certain percentage of 3 bedrooms, or for sale units. So there's kind of a combination that can be mix and match there. But the goal was really to promote larger units or for sale units or both, basically.
Thank you. Just for the reminder of the nature of the benefits that can accrue to the city in exchange for the increased FAR or for the increased density. And then the flip side of my question was sort of when there's a state bonus density, the process and the nuances of concessions and incentives.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to that one. Thanks. So concessions and incentives are intended to basically be something that would reduce the cost of providing the units. And so under state density bonus law, based on the level of affordability or the number of units, there's a number of criteria that go into that. There's a specific number of concessions or incentives that a developer is entitled to. And those are really focused on financial feasibility of the project. So something that would improve the financial metrics for the project, basically. And then the other one is waivers under state density bonus law. Those are not limited, so they're unlimited, the number of waivers. And those are really about something that would physically preclude the development of the project at the bonus level, at the state density bonus level with the bonus units and the full density, basically preclude the development of that project. So you see those sometimes for certain development standards that the project needs to waive in order to get the density they're proposing. So hopefully that helps clarify.
Thank you. I think it will be relevant as we're trying to weighing our options tonight. I'll have one other clarifying question. Could you clarify the best estimate for the timing of the next housing element for the Bay Area governments?
So the short answer is not really. It will need to be adopted by January 31st, 2031. We have not begun the process of determining kind of when we would start that effort and what the milestones would be and when those milestones would occur. But the most recent housing update was adopted in early 2023, and that process began in spring of 21, so about a 2-year process. So if you think that it would be likely the same, you could look back 2 years from January 31st, 2031. But there are a lot of unknowns for when that process will actually start and what that will look like.
Thank you. That's helpful with regard to the possible beginning and then the completion of the housing element. Is it a safe assumption that an update to zoning in support of housing element would need to be completed by the end of January of 2032?
Yes, under the current way state law is structured, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll limit my clarifying questions to those three.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up to the discussion about the bonus level and step up FAR. How do those two interact? Like, can you get both or one or the other? Because I saw, in table 2, there were some districts where when analyzing whether it meets 50% of SB 79, it says yes at bonus level with step up FAR, and then for ECR NER, and then for ECR SE, it says yes at bonus level. What does that mean?
Yeah, so in that, for that instance specifically, staff was identifying that for ECR NER, it was the bonus plus the step up that would make that district eligible for under SB 79 to be potentially excluded. Whereas for other districts where the eligibility was hit at either the base or the bonus, it was just identified as at the base or the bonus level. So for ECR NER, it was specific to that additional increase in square footage that allowed that district or sub-district to be eligible.
Thank you. And for ECR SE, per the staff report, says that to be at 50% of SB 79, we need to allow for at least 60 dwelling units per acre and FAR of 1.75. And from when I'm reading in table 2, the base density for ECR SE is 60 dwelling units per acre, and the FAR is 2.05, which is above 1.75. So I'm wondering why the staff report says that it requires the bonus level in order to meet the 50%.
Good question. I believe that part of the ECR SE is within 200 feet of the station entrances. I'll double check that. Yes, that's why. It's capturing in the 160 dwelling units per acre on SB 79. And so the 50% of that is 80. So it's a little more, only one or two parcels, I think, is within the 200 feet. But just to be simple in the table, it just factors in that at bonus level, you hit it for both.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
I have a couple. One is a really basic one. On table, the colorful one with the donut, I think it's 41 in our packet, attachment D. When I squinted this, I have a couple of questions. One of them is we've done mostly these are not included right now, but I'm curious about why you had said that potentially exempt districts included some R1.
Oh,
Did I miss an explanation for that in the report? Sorry.
I think perhaps my presentation could have been more clear on that. Eligible districts include the R1 zones. So under SB 79, within a quarter mile of the Caltrain station, there are some R1 zoning districts. And so those would be applicable to SB 79. And I think I may have used the word eligible interchangeably for something, so I can see how that can be clarified further. Within a quarter mile, there is single-family zones. Those are not eligible to be excluded under a temporary exclusion ordinance per the provision of SB 79 because they do not currently allow 50% of the density or intensity.
Okay, so what's a little confusing is there's this, it says here that the ones with diagonal stripes through them are potentially exempt. And those would maybe not be, but somehow all the R1 districts are, and I was wondering, I couldn't find anything in the law that would make that. What am I misunderstanding, Commissioner Schindler?
Because Commissioner Bruzy mentioned it, I would say that I have interpreted there to be a small error in the legend of this map, which is that the legend indicates that the potentially exempt El Camino Real downtown subdistricts are indicated with like a slightly left-leaning hash, when in fact they're actually the right-leaning hash indicates the ones that would be exempt.
Thank you.
that
Yeah, we'll get
correct?
this. Yes, we'll get
Okay.
this map updated before the.
Because there are a
meeting.
bunch of left-leaning hashes in the R1s, and so when they intersect, you're like, what? Yeah, I shared your
Well,
confusion.
Yeah, so staff will look at a hatching that clarifies further because I think we have some left and right leaning hatches in the zoning districts that are not on the table this evening under SB 79 temporary exclusion ordinance. So appreciate that clarification. We'll get that cleaned up for the next public hearing.
Okay, and then this is a naive question that may have also somehow been answered in the report, but I missed it. Some of our R1 districts are included in the current zone for Palo Alto, and at the point when we are big enough to require a half-mile radius, some of Atherton is going to be included in ours. And how does that work? Like, how are jurisdictions working together on this, or are we not working together?
Yeah, so good question. It does transcend jurisdictional boundaries. So when Menlo Park hits a population of 35,000, the half-mile radius from a TOD Tier 1 stop would apply, and that would, from the Palo Alto station, would capture or include some of Menlo Park's parcels. So yes, they do cross the boundaries. And just to clarify, right now, some of the Atherton's parcels are within a quarter mile of Menlo Park's train station. So those do or are applicable to SB 79. But certainly there will be more parcels in Atherton once Menlo Park, once Menlo Park hits 35,000 population.
Okay, thanks. So I just had this is not, it's sort of clarifying and it's sort of not, but I want to understand from staff's perspective, and maybe we can use this, maybe we can go to public comment or answer other quick questions. What are the things that we're hoping to avoid by doing your recommendation tonight? And what do we imagine, like what's the scenario that you're hoping to avoid? And what do you think the potential downsides of taking the action that you're recommending tonight could be?
Sorry, I'm going to, I think that's a great question. I am going to ask that we answer that question as part of the larger discussion and not as clarifying questions, just to keep things moving. But would you like to ask any other clarifying questions? Okay. Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yeah, I still have another further clarification on the bonus density. As per the aforementioned email that we received from the Housing Defense Fund, it states that a site could be excluded if the site has been identified by the local jurisdiction which permits density and residential floor area ratio at no less than 50% of the standards. And my question is, when the law says permits density, are we able to consider bonuses and step-ups within that permission, or does it need to be a carte blanche permission, or can it be a conditional permission? As per we read this, have we gotten clarification, or is there, I don't know, is there any more clarity on how I should interpret that law? Thank you.
Yeah, so staff's evaluated SB 79. We believe that the bonus level and the step up would be applicable. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schindler.
Sorry, I have one more really fast. This is about the alternative plans. Can a TOD alternative plan be applied on a site where SB 79 has already gone into effect?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other clarifying questions, I'm going to move us into public comment. So, Mr. Ball, I'm going to ask that you provide instructions to the public on providing public comment and open the public comment period for item F1.
If you're joining remotely, please click the hand icon, or if you're calling in, press *9 on your keypad. Staff will call on speakers and unmute you. For those here in person, please complete a speaker card at the back of the room and hand it to me. We do have one comment card for Paul Roberts, who is here in person. I'm not seeing any other virtual hands at the moment.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sorry, Mr. Roberts, if you could just move the microphone up close.
I'm Paul Roberts from District 5. I'm here to speak on SB 79 and also just on, I guess, our problem of housing in general. I've been here in Menlo Park for 3 decades. I moved over from south of the border in downtown Palo Alto, where I lived up on the 5th floor. Didn't necessarily see any downsides to that in Palo Alto, and I really see no downsides to that here in Menlo Park. I don't see why we simply adopt SB 79 and all these clarifying questions in many cases could go away. I say this as somebody who has built his house in Menlo Park and I went through a lot of effort to make sure I had a standard lot or a conforming lot because I didn't want to come before you. And I'm not saying that. I say that in jest. But I do think things are very overly complicated here. The specific plan in many ways is hyper-specific. And I guess ever since the extension of that was in the form of Measure V was downvoted 14 years ago or whatever, that rents have gone up 100%. And so I say to you, like, follow the example of Austin. I have family and friends there. I was there for a wedding last year. And if any of you could see that, you know it's a high-tech city. They went whole hog in supply. They gave homeowners by right to subdivide. They didn't have to go through a process. They just had it by right. Many tall buildings went up. Rents came down 20% in the last 2 years. Everything you're talking about with the eviction problems, you're trying to modify. All these economic headwinds of rent, it can be addressed through supply and by streamlining things. One that the project said, like I built my own house, I luckily had enough money to go through that process. But if we extend this by asking the state to do an exemption and going back and forth with the state, there really aren't going to be that many projects that get going, that get into the pipeline. So I encourage you to think about supply and, of course, to bring a simplification. As I was looking at the map and I see R1, R2, I see D for downtown. Am I looking at R2, D2 soon? I think we need to simplify. In some city blocks on Partridge, you have 3 different zones on one block. Let's simplify it and let's streamline it. Let's bring projects that can, I've been here long enough that I really don't think my kids can afford to live here. And at some point, I'd like to see that down the road. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Assuming that we have no further comments at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period and bring us into commission discussion. I'll just note that Mr. Parada and I had a conversation in advance of this meeting and just talked about what the options are before commission tonight, which are in some ways obvious, but in some ways not. So I'll just say we should have as robust a discussion as we feel like we need to. Ultimately, the decision before us is we can obviously adopt the motion as recommended in the staff report. That's option one. Option two would be to adopt that motion with some recommendations for changes, which staff could look at evaluating and exploring. Option three would be to deny to make that recommendation. And then within option three, there is probably some way to combine that with some of the alternatives listed in the staff report. So ultimately, we sort of have to come to one of those three things. And I just wanted to state that before we began the discussion. With that, I will open it up to my fellow commissioners. Maybe we'll start with Commissioner Baruzzi's question, which, to paraphrase, was...
Should I pose the question again?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So given that we will eventually need to adhere to the SB 79 standards, what are we hoping to buy with this thing that you're recommending tonight? And what are we hoping to avoid? And what are we imagining that we might be able to do instead of the default?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I will point to some text in the staff report that I think answers that. So I think page 2, where we identify that staff recommends this adoption this evening to generally preserve the land use regulations within the sub-districts of the specific plan, that do possess the density and FAR standards. That would allow the city to continue to utilize the downtown specific plan to guide development downtown. So utilizing those goals in the specific plan, as well as the vision plan that helped inform the specific plan. And then further, the staff report identifies that adopting this ordinance allows the preservation of the existing zoning, like I just said, while allowing the council to provide direction to staff on whether or not to pursue a TOD alternative plan or one of those other options, the 4 options. But I think one of the primary ones would be to whether or not to pursue a TOD alternative plan more broadly, comprehensively around the TOD zone.
So as I understand it, a TOD alternative plan is basically we still need within the zone to have the same average density, but it wouldn't necessarily be uniformly applied, right?
That's generally correct, yeah.
So in theory, we could, the logical extreme of that would we take the Big 5 parking lot and we say, you guys can build a tower to the moon. Everything else stays the same. And if it averages out, I know that's not actually, I know that HCD has to approve it. And there's probably some probability of development calculation that goes into that. But in theory, like something that's not quite that extreme, but we could sort of mess around with where we want more height and where we want less, right? Is that the idea?
That's correct. And so that process is a longer process. And so with SB 79 going into effect on July 1, as mentioned in the staff report, this ordinance in front of the commission would preserve the existing zoning where it can be preserved while allowing the council to consider whether or not to prepare that TOD alternative plan and directing staff resources accordingly. Just to clarify a few statements, though,
Okay.
yes, you can shift around density throughout. It does have to obviously result in a no net decrease and potentially an increase. You can't reduce density to less than 50% though on any one parcel. So you really couldn't shift it all from one area to another. It's not as drastic as that, but you would look at where do you want to, yes, emphasize, denser development. And so you could shift some of the, density or intensity from maybe some of the certain areas and then move it to a different area, or most likely like a core area. But that would be something to explore during that process if we're directed to move forward that way by council.
So one thing that I'm sort of thinking about with this is we've, in our experiences talking with developers over the years, this conventional wisdom is that there's sort of a sweet spot for redevelopment where 7 or 8 stories, 85 feet or so is a height where the ability to do like a 5/2, the ability to do one certain kind of construction makes sense financially, and that if you max that out and you want to build taller, let's say you want to go to 12 stories, that the construction type changes, and so that no longer makes economical sense. And so what I understand to be true is that you're not going to see a lot of, say, buildings between 85 and 185 feet getting developed. Does that also your understanding? Like that sort of the next phase up is we're looking at like 17 to 20 or more stories for developers to feel like it's worth redeveloping?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. There's a lot of hypotheticals there that make it difficult for staff to answer. We certainly don't know what the market will drive in the future in terms of heights and when things become, fiscally or financially feasible to build. I think the point that you hit on, though, is that yes, anecdotally, we do hear that once a building becomes a high rise, it's much more costly to build. And what that number is, it's I don't think we should be quoting that here, but I think that's the distinction is generally the high rise versus the non-high rise building. But once again, as things change, it's difficult to say in one moment that is true, right? So things can change in terms of what becomes financially feasible to build, whether it becomes 100 feet or 150 feet versus 80 feet in the future. We just don't know that today. So trying to answer your question, but there's a lot of hypotheticals in it that make it difficult to pin down.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to figure out whether developers are really going to have, the implied TOD alternative would be, we're not going to do everything the same way everywhere. We're going to probably reduce allowable rates to 50% and increase somewhere else. And I guess what the concern that I want to state is that we won't be able to we won't have developers willing to take advantage of that increase. And so that makes me a little bit hesitant. Personally, I worry that we have some sites close to the station that could redevelop sooner. And we know that the timeline for these is long. And I wouldn't want to miss opportunities to develop housing at a time when we so clearly need to. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Yeah, I'll let somebody else go.
I'm going to ask just a quick question to follow up on that. Does staff assess that the creation of a TOD alternative plan would be more on the order of a week-long, a month-long, or a year-long project?
Once again, I appreciate the question. That's definitely a number of hypotheticals there. I think it depends on the scope, but it's not a week. It's not a month. It's somewhere between multiple months and a year. But where that lies, it really depends on the scope.
Okay. I'm happy with that. You can expand, but I'm happy with that answer.
I'll leave it there then.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Hi, it's the city attorney. I think Kyle's being generous. I think the TOD plan could take a lot longer than multiple months. The reason being that there is a capacity study that has to be conducted as a part of the TOD plan. And depending, like Kyle said, depending on the scope of the TOD alternative plan, those capacity studies could be involved and time consuming. And depending on the city's desire to shift intensity amongst parcels, that will increase the study time for assessing the feasibility of certain capacities on different sites.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. I'm going to just briefly add on to something that Commissioner Baruzzi was alluding to, because I think it fits very logically into this step of the conversation. I did have the opportunity to discuss SB 79 with a member of the leadership team of Presidio Bay Ventures in preparation for this meeting, who obviously is speaking about, a current business perspective. At this point in time, it's possible that it will evolve over time, but this is someone who is obviously in the space and in our city, having done Springline and being the current owner of the USGS property. And interestingly, he had been focused on this across a variety of projects that he's working on. We talked about heights of 75 or 85 feet, essentially being a magic number, as Commissioner Baruzzi was alluding to, sort of the maximum height of, I'm going to check my notes to be sure I get it correct. It's the essentially 5/2, 5 stories of light frame wood construction over 2 stories of concrete. And the sense was that that's the max that you really hit in terms of being able to make something affordable, unless you get up to a much higher number, a tower, something in the order of 200 plus feet, which is a steel, more of a steel frame thing. You either do a full tower or you kind of stop at 85 feet. The feedback that I heard about the density of 120 dwelling units per acre, just trying to get a read of what that feels like and looks like that to a developer, was that it's great, it's workable with the right parking requirements, meaning lower parking requirements associated with it. And that in many cases, you need a large enough piece of property in order to make any of this stuff work. In the order of an acre was the nature of the conversation, but these were broad brushstrokes and not specific to a particular piece of property or really even specific to Menlo Park. So I thought, to me, that was particularly relevant because it spoke to there not necessarily in the current tense being an immediate market for something over that 75 or 85 foot realm till you get to 200. So I think Commissioner Baruzzi teed up a great abstract, and I just had this specific data point to help flesh it out. I'll hold the rest of my questions.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yeah, I haven't put together all my thoughts on this, but just a question for staff. It's my understanding through limited research that these specific TOD plans are being considered by some of the massive cities in California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and we're not that. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any other cities roughly the size of Menlo Park, 30,000-ish people, that are attempting to create these potentially, I know we're not signing up for anything, but potentially attempting to create a custom TOD plan as opposed to just adopting SB 79. Because at least from my perspective, it seems like, as we heard from City Attorney Doherty, it seems like a big endeavor. And I'm wondering if I'm overestimating that, or if this is something that's generally expected or done with a small town.
So appreciate the question. Staff's not aware of another peer jurisdiction of Menlo Park size. What I will say is that a lot of jurisdictions are in a similar situation or timeline as Menlo Park, where we're evaluating what this could look like. So I think I would imagine that other jurisdictions are evaluating, but I don't know of another one that said we're preparing a TOD alternative plan, that is Menlo Park size. I just don't have that answer, but I would imagine that other jurisdictions are exploring at the moment what that would look like.
Yeah, and through the chair, I'll offer, I think it's a very good point, given the amount of work that will go into a capacity study that would be required for a meaningful TOD plan. Most of the cities that we work with that have a similar population of Menlo Park are considering deferring the real development of a TOD plan until the 7th cycle housing element, and having any such capacity study be wrapped in with the other capacity studies that will be done as a part of the 7th cycle housing element. I think that's much more economically feasible for cities of our size.
As a follow-up question, how did staff evaluate option 1 of the current proposal versus just straight up adopting SB 79 and not taking any action when it comes to capacity, when it comes to our general plan and our various goals and thinking? I mean, it sounds like this is a big endeavor that we would be signing up for. And I'm curious as to, when we think about those trade-offs, how did staff figure out that ROI and say, yes, we would like to embark on this journey?
So maybe I can clarify. At this moment, staff's not recommending a TOD alternative plan. So that would be something that, as part of this recommended ordinance for the exemption, the temporary exemption, could be explored through direction from the council. But we're not at this moment, from a staff evaluation, recommending a TOD alternative plan.
Is it not? So maybe I just skipped ahead a step. Is it not the assumption that if we didn't adopt SB 79 that we would be intending to do it? And I guess my actual question is, if we do intend to let SB 79 be the law of the city, why delay? Is it to do more research? Is it to understand more? Is it to postpone that decision? Or is there something that, if we don't want to sign up for a custom TOD plan, why wouldn't we just say SB 79 is state law and therefore?
Let me try to answer that. So the 4 options, maybe I should, hang on, let me pull up that slide. I think that'll be helpful.
Yes, please.
Sorry, and I have a similar question. So I would just like to add, like, my understanding is that staff is saying we recommend option 1 to give ourselves more of an opportunity to consider and do things broadly. So my similar version of that question was going to be, how did you evaluate how much effort would be required to do these, whether it's a TOD alternative plan or not? What staff is recommending in the report is we want to have this exemption to give ourselves an opportunity to do stuff. And so, like, how much stuff are you intending to do? How are you thinking about that? And how are you thinking about the ROI, to Vice Chair Silverstein's question?
Sure. So I'm going to pull up the slide just so we can have it for a visual, but I will probably turn to our city attorney, Doherty, to provide a little more context to those questions.
Yeah, good questions. The exemption ordinance, as Mr. Parada previously said, is in place to preserve the city's prior zoning and legislative approvals with respect to density, height, FAR that the city had previously adopted, to the extent possible when SB 79 becomes effective July 1st. The exemption ordinance has nothing to do with a TOD alternative plan. So if the city does not adopt the exemption ordinance, SB 79 becomes effective July 1st on all parcels that are subject to the city's current TOD zone. If the city does adopt the exemption ordinance, SB 79 only applies on those parcels that are not subject to the exemption ordinance as of July 1st. But regardless of both of those two options, the city can and need not develop a TOD alternative plan. And the development of that can be started now, or it can be delayed until and incorporated into studies with the 7th cycle housing element. And let me know if that did not properly answer your question, but I think and hope it did.
I think it answered my question on what we are required to do. I don't know if it answered my question on what we are hoping to do. I mean, in terms of, I guess I go back to the original question of unless we are actually planning to do a TOD plan, then why did we choose not to adopt SB 79? Unless the answer is, well, we don't know, and therefore we should delay to just get option value. And maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think, I assume the commission understands this, but we don't adopt SB 79, just it takes effect and it
Yes, sorry.
and it preempts all local. Yeah, okay. So I'll defer to staff on that, or I'm happy to give my best guess, though.
Yeah, I can start. So, and I'm hoping I understood your question correctly, but I think if you remove the TLD alternative plan for the moment, staff was evaluating between whether to adopt an exemption ordinance, a temporary exemption ordinance, or no action. And so staff's recommendation, as identified in the staff report, is to adopt the exemption ordinance. There's a policy section in the staff report that does identify that, we have the city has these policies in the general plan, the specific plan, as well as the vision plan that inform the specific plan. And what the exemption ordinance does is allows the city to continue with those goals that are in those plans, specifically the specific plan, where we have our local zoning, local control of development, not just from density and intensity, but also from overall design. Things like interaction with the street, things like ground floor activation, transparency, things like step backs and modulation, architectural features, those types of design standards that are in the specific plan and the specific districts that staff has identified that would be eligible for a temporary exemption ordinance. So that's really the evaluation we did. Was it's basically the first bullet versus the last bullet here. It's not necessarily about the second or the third bullet at this time.
Okay, that's helpful. And if I can, so obviously we can't know the future. I'm not going to ask you to answer a hypothetical, but my understanding of that is staff's current plan or recommendation would be to adopt this exemption ordinance and then do nothing for 6 years and then have it go into effect.
I think that could be one outcome, unless directed otherwise by the council.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I just wanted to maybe flesh this out a little bit more. This line of questioning, I think we're all wondering, and I've wondered this many times myself, when we have an item come before us and staff has a recommendation. I guess if I say to somebody like, I recommend you go to this restaurant, presumably there's some sort of values behind that, whether those are my values or my perception of the other person's values. Like, I think you would like this type of cuisine, or I really like this type of cuisine and everybody should try it, or something like that. So it sounds like the values behind staff's recommendation of option one over the others is that we want to preserve our local control over the sites that we can, because we have put a lot of time and effort into our own zoning plan and housing element and all the different things that generated these different zoning districts. And so the recommendation is based upon an assumption that we desire to maintain those over the sort of state level override. And the reason why option 2 is not being recommended at this time, the larger TOD alternative plan, is just because that would be a huge heavy lift at this moment. So even if that's something we did want to do, it would have to require a lot more planning and thought before just jumping right into it. So it's not being recommended at this time. Is that a fair description of where the recommendation comes from?
I think so. That's generally a fair description. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to like maybe go back one more step, is there like, for example, the ADU ordinance we just heard, that was something where there were new state laws passed and we had not implemented them locally, and we were bringing in line our ADU ordinance with state level laws at a later time after the laws went into effect, certain laws, correct me if I'm wrong. In this case, staff is bringing us an item 2 months before the state law goes into effect, sort of as like a preemptive measure with this recommendation to make this exemption. So I'm wondering, was this directed by council, or is there some sort of overriding principle here that makes this an urgent item, whereas other state level ordinances may not be implemented as quickly or considered as quickly?
So I'll answer the last part first. The staff's goal is to, if this ordinance is adopted by the council, have it be effective before July 1. So that's the timing here. With the recommendation this evening, or the review this evening, and then with the council potential introduction of the ordinance on May 12th, second reading, or hopefully waiving the reading, that's how we will introduce it. But with the consent calendar second reading on May 19th, then the 30 days before the ordinance is eligible would be in line with July 1. So that's the timing goal there with bringing the ordinance at this point. To answer your first question, I think as staff evaluates state laws, we do look at state laws and our adopted policies and programs, our planning documents. And so as the policies section of this ordinance outlines, there are a number of Menlo Park general plan and specific plan policies and programs where, this option that is in the state law aligns with, certain goals and policies, such as, goal LU1 of the general plan to maintain and enhance the character, variety, and stability of Menlo Park's residential neighborhoods. And, related goals and policies or programs to say about neighborhood compatibility, mixed-use design, compatibility uses, those all come from our specific plan district. So hopefully that helps provide a little context from staff's evaluation. It's really looking at new state laws. What do they require? Here, there's an allowance for an exemption. We have these planning documents, and this would allow us to maintain our local control and implement our general plan and specific plan as adopted by the city council, and how it applies to the broader community.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, SB 79 not only overrides, like if we don't put this exemption in place for the parcels that we're considering exempting, it would not only override the density, height, and FAR limits that we have set locally, but also any design standards, architectural controls, etc. Like, what could you mention? What other things it would override beyond just height, FAR, and density?
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, we have a number of detailed design standards and development regulations in each subdistrict of the downtown specific plan, as well as the other ineligible sites like the R3 zone. But for the sake of this, we'll focus on the specific plan. Those are things like relationship to the street. So we have minimum and maximum setbacks. We have things like furnishing zones and additional public open space requirements in the specific plan, really to enhance that public realm. Those are requirements that are in place now that would go away. Things like the ground floor transparency requirement, creating those active uses on the ground floor. So, those requirements would go away. Other things like, building profile, those would have to go away as well. I can keep going, but there's a number of those in that kind of realm. And then that's really where this exemption ordinance would allow the city to maintain those development regulations as they would apply to those specific districts that would be exempt from SB 79.
So for properties that are not being exempted, like starting on July 1st, if an application is made, as long as they follow height, density, and FAR requirements set by SB 79, is there no local standards that could be applied for some of the things you're talking about, like open space, setback, ground floor, design, architecture?
Yeah, that's correct. And so I think it's also just important to note, though, that the project would have to meet all the eligibility requirements as well. So there was a slide, maybe if I can get back to it just to show here. Yep, here we go. These eligibility requirements would also have to be met in order for the project to be eligible for SB 79.
Okay, thank you. And then a follow-up question I have is, since the recommendation is coming from a desire to preserve local control, and we did just go through a huge exercise with the housing element to preserve our, do you need a minute? Okay, to preserve our downtown, well, not preserve, but to upzone downtown in order to enable the type of development that we want. And that is presumably being at danger of being overridden. I'm wondering if staff has any reflection on how our downtown rezoning is going so far. Like, are there a bunch of parcels that how do I put this? On the exemption list, perhaps, are there parcels that right now are in the application process and we would potentially be like resetting the clock on those? Is there a lot of interest from developers with the upzoning that we've done that we're putting at risk? Or is this sort of, we've done the upzoning, we're not seeing a lot of interest, but we might in the future. So let's preserve what we have now and see if it works.
So let's see. So thanks for the question. There's probably some things there that are probably not answerable this evening, but to maybe try to take a few of them. So in terms of projects in process, the exemption ordinance would just maintain the status quo for those parcels. So there would be no impact to any development that is on file at the moment, utilizing the provisions in the specific plan subdistricts that are potentially excluded from SB 79. So there'd be no impact there. And then in terms of your broader questions, like I don't think we can answer this evening kind of what the interest would be one way or another on SB 79, if that was your question.
I think my question is, are we at risk of, if we don't do the exemption, or I'm sorry, maybe I should word it this way. So we're trying to protect our local control, the local standards that we've put in place. Some of them are relatively new with the housing element. So I'm kind of trying to understand, like, is that stuff currently yielding results that if we don't exempt these parcels, that would, like you mentioned, if we do the exemption, then everything stays the same. But if we don't, then we sort of, the developer that is currently in the middle of an application could go, oh, never mind, I can do, additional density, additional height, let me do that instead. So I'm wondering if you have any sense of how many parcels would be at risk of that currently, or what the current level of interest before SB 79 even came into the picture is based on the downtown rezoning that we did.
You're referring to the rezoning as part of the housing element update specifically? Yes. Yeah. So I can answer that part. We don't have any projects on file that have utilized the step-up FAR or any of the other changes within the downtown specific plan subdistricts. We do have projects on file that have been utilizing the downtown specific plan, but we don't have any projects that have come in to utilize like the step up FAR. So I can just answer your question that way.
Thank you. Looks like Commissioner
I'm
Berzia.
sorry, could I just ask a clarifying question about 888 El Camino? My understanding is that that project that's under consideration does take into, it doesn't, I don't know about the FAR, but I believe it does take into consideration the bonus density. Is that correct?
That's correct, but yes, that's correct. It just in terms of the changes that were made as part of the housing element, I do not believe it takes into account any of those changes. But yes, it is at the bonus level of development, which was in place before the housing element update.
Okay, so that I don't remember the timing of that submission. So that sounds like it could be right.
Okay, I think Commissioner Baruzzi has a follow-up question, and then I'm going to have us take a brief recess.
Yeah, I want to follow up on the design standards question. So I was looking in the ABAG guidance for communities, for communities. And what I'm reading here, this sounds a little different from the city's understanding as explained in the staff report, is that local agencies may not require height, density, or residential FAR limits below the standards that we've talked about. But local agencies may still enforce local standards that do not alone or in concert prevent a project from achieving the applicable SB 79 development standards unless one or more options to modify SB 79 has been implemented. And I saw that guidance somewhere else as well. So I kind of want to understand, do we think, is the subtext here, and I don't think it is the subtext that we have development standards in our downtown specific plan that would preclude people from building at the density levels that would be enabled by SB 79? Because it sounds like other things like, I don't know, the colors, the facades, the windows, yada, 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 the other stuff that we include in our development standards, as long as it's not preventing people from developing above the threshold, should still be okay.
I think we can look into some of that further. I will say though that our design standards and development regulations are based off of a lower FAR, so lower square footage than SB 79 and a lower density. So there would likely be a number of them that would preclude SB 79's threshold limits in terms of density and square footage. But we can certainly look into some of the other ones that would not affect the density and intensity and whether those could be applied.
So follow up on that, I'm also seeing a list of things that cities keep control over from the California EMB website, which includes safety codes, CEQA analysis, development fees, including charges for schools, parks, and infrastructure, enhanced requirements like could, in theory, require more affordable housing or stronger tenant protections, and also, well, there's a transit agency thing that's not so relevant for us, but it even includes building design, architecture, materials, colors. Is that also your understanding?
Through the chair, I can respond to that. I think for the most part, that's correct, Commissioner Baruzzi. As you summarized ABAG's advice, I do agree with that. I think there's some details in what you just read from YIMBY's advice that are inconsistent with advice that HCD has given to cities recently. So I'm not sure that all of those would be eligible, but I generally agree that, design standards that don't physically preclude construction at the densities and or FAR and height established by SB 79 would be enforceable.
And I think actually critically, one of the things that I'm most curious about is that our ability to, for example, let's say the Safeway were to redevelop under SB 79, as opposed to we create an alternative plan and we allow Safeway, that Safeway site, to have the same density that SB 9 would allow, but maybe we want to be able to extract is maybe the wrong word, collaborate with Safeway to get more funding for our undercrossing at Middle. Does having the Safeway thing upzoned under our alternative TOD give us the ability to negotiate a transportation impact fee or a contribution to our undercrossing that would be precluded by SB 79?
So the city's transportation impact fee would apply to any SB 79 project that triggers the fee. SB 79 does not override any impact fees. And I think both the guidance from ABAG and UNB that you just cited recognizes that. As to negotiated community benefits, such as contribution to middle undercrossing, that would be for development capacity that is above and beyond what either SB 79 allows or the city allows an exceedance of SB 79 in years to come, or in in soon order, in sooner than in years to come.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have us take a brief break and reconvene at 9:20 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene in 1 minute. Sorry.
Katie, I have it.
Okay, we are going to reconvene and continue discussing item F1. Would any of my fellow commissioners like to continue that discussion?
Continue not.
Sorry, would any of my, yes, like, would you like to, do you have any comments you would like to make?
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. At the risk of being, I'm not trying to be repetitive. I just have like a slightly different facet on some of the questions that Commissioner Bruzy and Commissioner Sillen were asking. So it sounds like, you know, the main driver for the exemption ordinance is to allow us to continue to have our mixed use design standards, ground floor activations, other kinds of things that are in our specific plan that has, you know, as we all know, have yielded some really nice developments like Springline and others. So I have a better appreciation for that now at this stage in the conversation, because I will admit when I first got here, I was like, I don't understand why we would do this, but now I do. And so my question then becomes, is there a way, my concern is that by adopting the exemption, it's going to chill the potential or postpone the potential for these sites for another 6 or so years. And so how might we do all the things, preserve some thoughtful zoning requirements with public space activation, ground floor retail, open space, while also incentivizing the parcels not to postpone their projects, such as increased density bonuses or lessen height requirements? Is there any opportunity to do that short of folding in the TOD alternative plan into the, it sounds like it would be onerous, expensive, and time-consuming for staff to do a standalone TOD project. And so it would make sense that the city council would roll it into the next housing element. So assuming all of that happens, is there a different way that there could be a mechanism that's much simpler to not chill the ability for those parcels to move forward with a project that would be both in keeping with the design's kind of principles of the current specific plan, but with densities that are a little bit more in line with SB 79? Long question.
So thank you. I appreciate the question. I think I understand it. If the question is basically, is there a fifth approach?
Maybe.
Yeah. So I think that's what I heard, that it's adopting, and I'm going to paraphrase it back and let me know if I got this correct. But the question is like, is there a way to adopt or amend our zoning to have design standards that would work with the SB 79 density and intensity and height? Is that where you were going?
That are very limited and streamlined in the sense that it essentially maintain the current downtown specific plan with all these applicable zoning areas, the ECR, all the different codes that are there. But with the tweak that there would just be added density and height, so that, because it sounds like the main concern that city staff has is, and now I have too, is there was extensive work for years to develop the downtown plan in order to create the community. That it was a community-driven process. I was part of it. That has all these amenities, essentially, retail, all the things. So like leave all that there, but provide that density so that we don't have to postpone more housing for 7 years.
So, yeah, thank you. So I think in theory that could be an option, but it's not an option at the moment
Okay.
on the table this evening, if that makes sense. So that effort would be effectively amending the specific plan to increase the density and intensity, and then adjust our development standards accordingly to accommodate that. And that's a different level of effort than what is identified this evening. Certainly as part of any motion or decision on the exemption ordinance, the commission could opine on other actions that the council should consider, and that could be one of them.
Okay.
But that effort is not really something that's in the scope right now.
Got it.
And it's probably still pretty involved compared to just a small tweak here and there, because it would need to be basically a comprehensive look at the specific plan, amending the plan, going through that review process, consultant time, materials to identify what standards would need to be in place to maintain the vision and the goals of the specific plan while increasing the density and intensity and height.
So, okay, but it's possible, so like one scenario could be we, as the commission, recommend the exemption with a note to council that we also recommend a path to higher densities and heights ahead of the required 2032. Is that something like that?
Yeah, I think that could be an option the commission could consider.
Thank you. And then along the lines of one of the questions that was already asked, but I'm just maybe asking it slightly differently. So if we were to adopt the exemption ordinance, is there a different way the staff would recommend incentivizing short-term housing? And are there significant opportunity sites that you are concerned about now? So that was like the similar, that don't have an application in, maybe would soon, but could, like, is there anyone that would hold back that you're aware of because they're waiting for SB 79 to go into effect?
I'm not aware, but I don't think I can answer that question.
Right.
Just, yeah.
But like, you know how sometimes there's like discussions on major projects before they're in a formal application or a complete application for review?
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And once again, I'm not aware of a potential application that would utilize SB 79 at the moment.
Okay. And then it sounds like adopting, letting SB 79 going into effect right away could have an impact on city finances because there wouldn't be the negotiating bonus densities. Like if it just went into effect, am I understanding that right? That there could be a negative impact to city finances in terms of community benefit negotiations and that sort of thing?
Well, yes, that process would go away. So to the extent that any of the potential public benefit bonus level projects provided public benefits that were monetary, then yes, there would be that, since that would not apply to a project under SB 79. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's what I have for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrick set up one of the things that I've been sort of contemplating here by bringing up the topic of community benefits, whether they're financial or the middle tunnel was alluded to, contributions to transportation, things like that. So I want to be sure that I'm thinking about this correctly, and it's part of the reason I asked a clarifying question up front. For the parcels where the exemption in option 1 would apply, right? So they're already at more than 50% of the default density of 79. Looking through this table in attachment E, right, the zones, these are parcels that are at 70 or 80 or 100 dwelling units per acre currently with bonus density. So that's like today, right? That's the status quo. And if those densities are to be achieved, we get them with the full swath of local controls that have been discussed, be they design standards or architectural control or first floor and building profiles, et cetera. And by definition, they come with some level of negotiated community benefit, right? Because that's the requirement for getting the additional density. So that's kind of our base case. So maintaining existing, just maintaining the status quo with an exemption maintains all of those components. So then what are we comparing it to? Right, we're comparing it to essentially for those like letting SB 79 just take effect. And so we would go from a density of 70, 80, or 100 up to 120. We would, it sounds like, possibly lose some, but not all of the local control components. We'd certainly lose any that got in the way of actually accomplishing 120 as a density target. And we would lose the community benefits, anything that we could have gotten in negotiation. And I'm not sure how to phrase this as a win or a loss, but we would also be responsible for delivering concessions and incentives to the developer in various counts, but there are concessions and incentives that come with 79 as well too. Is that not in all cases, but also like possible?
If I could just clarify, yeah,
Please.
since I think you're looking at me for an answer.
Yeah. Mostly to be sure that I've understood and incorporated the response from earlier correctly.
Yeah, so state density bonus law does apply regardless of SB 79, and
Right.
it does allow for concessions or incentives and also waivers based on the level of affordability and number of affordable units. SB 79 though has a additional allowance that works with state density bonus law for additional concessions.
Right, I'm sorry, and I want to be, I had not actually contemplated in my before and after scenario the state density bonus. I was referring to the city bonus, density bonus, and the community benefits that tend to come with that. I get that in both cases there could be a layer of the state density bonus on top of both of them. So if my exercise is looking at the differences between today and a future state, it's there for both of them. There's not a difference between today and a potential future state.
The only difference would be that there's additional concessions under SB 79 above and beyond the current state density bonus law.
Okay.
So
there's additional consent, right? Additional incentives and incentive, conditional concessions and incentives.
Yeah, they're one and the same, but yeah.
Okay.
So concessions sometimes also referred to as incentives.
Okay.
Versus waivers, which are a separate category.
Got it. Okay. So I've asked myself a question that I actually am not able to answer, which is if the density of 70, 80, 100 today on the one hand versus 120, like my values say that the 120 is better. It's higher density. What I cannot evaluate well is the cost to our city of losing some component of the local controls, the cost to our city of losing the ability to negotiate community benefits, financial, tangible, and then the things that we would be giving up today, and then what it would cost us to give the incremental concessions in a future state. So I would welcome feedback from commissioners who feel like they have a mental model for evaluating those commissions.
Can I jump in here? Because
Yeah.
when I'm hearing you say this, I feel like there's an assumption that we have a better alternative, that there's a universe in which we can maintain the local control you desire and still be in compliance down the road, but I'm not sure that's true.
This is a fair question.
And-
So I tried to frame, so I'm the first,
Yeah.
this comparison that I've laid out perhaps ineloquently here is me thinking about from today until January of 2031.
Right.
And then I have a separate question about what happens beyond that.
Well, let me follow up on that though. I feel like if I'm somebody who's thinking about whether or not I want to try to redevelop my land downtown, and I think, okay, I could do it sooner, but I'm going to get less and I'm going to have to give more, or I could wait until the next housing element when Menlo Park's going to be required to do this thing. And then I'm not going to have to cough up an additional, X million dollars to the school district or beyond, especially negotiated, right? I'm curious about that. I feel like that might have a dampening thing. And the other thing I keep coming back to is we have this hypothetical scenario of we're allowed to, we've put all these things in place where people can get more if they negotiate with us and we can negotiate these benefits. How much has that actually worked? How many negotiated, I know we got the negotiated benefit from Stanford. We negotiated some benefits, like a contribution to the undercrossing. But since this most recent upzoning has taken place, I feel like what you said was people are not taking advantage of this opportunity, right?
Yeah, yes, that's what he said, or at least to our knowledge now. You can correct me, but I think that's what you said.
Yeah, we haven't seen an application utilizing the housing element update, increased density or step-up FAR or other FAR changes in the specific plan. But we do have projects in process in the plan utilizing the plan's zoning. I think also utilizing some of the bonus levels, sometimes though bypassing to go to state density bonus law allowances without the negotiated part, because that does occur. So we have varying kind of levels of that.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to overweight something that's a hypothetical, but that hasn't proven personally, that where we don't have empirical evidence that it actually works. In fact, as far as we know, it might have had already a dampening effect on, and it doesn't seem necessarily yet to be generating the extra quantities of residential development that we were maybe, and accompanying benefits that we were maybe hoping. So that's my response to what you're saying, that I think hypothetically, I like the idea of preserving the opportunity to negotiate for quality of life benefits. But it doesn't seem to be working as well now in the current context of the downtown specific plan. And I'm not sure, I'm also not sure that if I were a developer, a property owner, and I knew what I knew about the changing standards in 5 years, I'm not sure that it would make sense. I'm not sure I'm going to jump on the opportunity now if I haven't already jumped on it. And I think that in 5 years, I'm going to have a better deal.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
I agree with what Commissioner Abruzzi said, that we haven't seen it realized. And so we can say that we're potentially missing something, but to date, we're missing nothing because it hasn't been utilized. To answer the questions that Commissioner Schindler posed and to opine a little bit, I think losing the design standards is a loss, and I think that I would have loved the potential proposal by Commissioner Farrick of, can't we just raise all of our heights and keep the design standards so then we can have our, eat our cake and have it too? But we can't. With respect to these negotiated fees, I've always felt very icky about that concept. And I know that there are tangible benefits that we get from a developer to contribute to various public funds. And it feels very extortionist, where we say, we're going to zone our city very restrictively. And if you want a little height over here, or you want to do something else, you got to pay in. And I think there's a dampering effect on development in general. I think that when it comes to financial impact to the city, new development is, particularly when we're talking about these levels of heights, is very financially beneficial. When we think about property taxes, when we think about incremental residents, when we think about downtown vibrancy and customers and everything, I think that there is a economic argument that no impact fee or negotiated, even the word negotiation just makes me cringe when it comes to this stuff. But I think that without any of those fees, if we just were more permissive in realizing our allowed density, then we would get all of that benefit anyway. And I kind of want to go back to the term realized density. And right now, I was actually doing an analysis on what the delta is between our allowed density and our current actual density. And downtown, it's very stark, where Santa Cruz, which is our main commercial corridor, is 1 story high for the most part. And technically, it's allowable up there. And so something is not working with our current downtown specific plan. And I'm not saying that SB 79 is going to solve that. And I'm not saying that anything specific will solve that, but something isn't working, because when you think about the delta between what is buildable and what we currently have, and seemingly we don't have a ton of stuff in the pipeline, there's something that isn't working. And I don't know what we need to do. And we're not going to have an opportunity until 6 years from now to potentially fix that. And that seems like a long time.
Yeah, I'll jump in here and say that I very much agree with staff that embarking on a TOD alternative plan or any sort of significant work as it pertains to this is not a good use of very limited staff time. And so I really appreciate that point. And I also can understand staff's logic, which is that there's a state law that allows an exemption, and we have laws on our books. And so, like, by sort of a self-referential logic, we should try and have the laws on our books. However, I think there's a larger issue that we need to contend with, and that is, so 2 meetings ago, I think we evaluated how we're doing against our RENA goals, and I think the general conclusion of this commission and me personally was that we're not on track to hit our RENA goals. And I think that's sort of reinforced by some of the conversation tonight, that the zoning changes we've made in our housing element, there hasn't been a huge uptake of, or at least not uptake that we know. And obviously, there's no way to know whether we're actually going to hit our RENA goals or not, but I think it's relevant that, it's far from a given. And so while I understand the desire, or the logic, I guess, of maintaining local control now, my larger concern is that if we adopt this exemption ordinance now, we're not going to hit our RENA goals. And in 6 years, we're going to lose local control anyway, in a much deeper and larger way, because we won't have hit our RENA goals. And I personally am not comfortable essentially kicking the can 6 years down the road and hoping that something changes when, we're not all the way through our housing element now, but like we have a decent body of evidence to at least evaluate how it's going now. And so that's where I sort of come down. I also agree with some of the points that have been made here around negotiated benefits, which I think don't come to fruition, and also just take an enormous amount of staff time also. And so I'm not a fan of that, just given how much staff has impressed upon us, how limited their time is, and that we get financial benefit from buildings and projects being developed. And so the trade-off of, like, we're not getting the negotiated benefit is, in my mind, largely outweighed by the fact that we get lots of benefits when projects are developed. So for all of those reasons, I appreciate the logic that staff has brought to us tonight. I am not comfortable recommending this to City Council, and would be in favor of not doing that. I will say that our RENA mid-year check-in is coming up next year, and so I think there's logic in my mind that why don't we revisit this in a year and see where we are with our RENA goals, and if we're on track, and as a city we've I don't want to say earned the right, but there's more of a chance that we're going to hit our RENA goals on our current trajectory, then we can adopt the exemption then or look at it again. But right now, I don't think it's wise to maintain local control now in a way that potentially leaves us giving up local control into the future indefinitely. That seems like a bad trade-off to me. So I'm not comfortable recommending this tonight. Commissioner Schindler.
I want to be sure that I totally understood. Just in the last component, you talked about consider reevaluating in a year and considering doing the exemption then. My understanding is that that's not possible. It has to be completed by July 1st of this year if we do it.
My understanding was that the law goes into effect on July 1st,
Yes. So that's a good clarification. Does
but
the
that's a
exemption-
helpful clarification. Yeah. Sorry. So the question is, you understand the question, or do you want me to repeat it?
The question I hear is whether we can revisit this in a year.
Correct.
Can an exemption be made?
Can the exemption ordinance be revisited in 1 year? So
Or not necessarily a year. Can an exemption ordinance be passed after
Sure.
the bill goes into effect?
I can answer that question. Through the chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. So we think the answer is yes. It's not totally clear in the state law. But we think the answer is yes, that the exemption ordinance can be adopted at any time. And until the time at which it's adopted, SB 79 is effective as to all parcels within the TOD zone. But we're not entirely sure. It's not abundantly clear because there's some vague language as to the exemption applying to ordinances adopted prior to July 1st, 2026, which is part of why we are bringing the ordinance forward now to give the Planning Commission and City Council the opportunity to make that deadline.
Okay. Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Thank you for the question. And thank you to staff for dealing with continued vagaries in state law. My position does not change based on that, even if it's not possible. We're weighing degrees of uncertainty here and potential futures, and there's no perfect trade-off that gives us everything we want with certainty. And where I come down is we have to go for the thing that sets up the city best for the future. And in my mind, that's using the wisdom that state lawmakers have brought to this to think about what makes sense in terms of transit-oriented development and go with that to help us meet our RENA goals. Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you.
Over here.
I just wanted to, I understand that logic, and it's good to know that there's potentially a chance to revisit this, because I had thought it was like, nope, it's now or never, that's it. And so, however, they're not certain. So I would actually come down with a similar set of reasoning, but with the opposite outcome, that I think we should adopt the exemption and revisit it in a year to give us time to really understand what we'd lose if SB 79 just went into effect, and what were the opportunity sites, like what's really the lay of the land here? Because it might be very, to your point, I don't want it to chill development. I don't want it to delay, and then in a year we can say, actually, we need to do this. Just let it go into effect. So I would kind of be slightly similar but opposite. Similar reasoning. The other piece that you were saying that I wanted to comment on, actually it was you, Commissioner Silverstein, or Vice Chair. The downtown plan, specifically as it relates to Santa Cruz Avenue, that's been a known issue for a long, long time. I have not, I don't know what the update is, but I know the long-term challenge has been almost all of those properties are owned by families and entities that are no longer in the region or country. in many instances. And so it's very hard to do anything that would incentivize development because they just, the properties have been in portfolios for generations and, there's just not action. So I don't know that there's you could probably say you could do anything you want there and there would still maybe be very little that happens. So I don't know if you wanted to comment further on that because my information on that goes way back. So it might be different now.
I don't think staff has any information one way or another on that statement. Yeah.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
Are you, okay, I didn't cut, okay. I had some clarifying questions that were sort of related to this. Can you refresh our memory about how reuse sites work in the housing element vis-a-vis our control over them? I feel like there's some element of ministerial review that kicks in if a site is reused. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to start, and then I may look to City Attorney Doherty or additional staff members here. But yes, for sites that were in the prior housing element, so not our current 6th cycle, but the 5th cycle, those become reuse sites in the current housing element. And so those do have a ministerial review process for them. So those I think that the opportunity sites that weren't redeveloped move into that. Not every site, obviously, but the ones that were identified as opportunity sites that weren't redeveloped move into that reuse site. If state housing law stays the same, I think that would be the case going forward, but state housing law could change between now and the 7th cycle housing element. So hopefully,
are there sites that we're looking at? I feel like Big 5 is one of them. I think that's site 40 something in the housing element, 48, 49. Sorry, I have 50 windows open on my screen right now. Housing element was one of them. I guess I'm just wondering, are we assuming we have more local control right now than we do over some of the big potential sites that we're talking about exempting?
Give staff a moment or two to respond, or we could maybe research that and come back to it if there are other questions. So,
okay, so
yeah.
Another question, I guess, is given that we have some housing element sites in the housing element that are not reuse sites that fall within this sphere, there was actually, I think this is a reuse site too, the Sultana site on El Camino Real. I think that's a reuse site. It's in the housing element. It seemed, yeah, I think I want to just flag for us that there may be sites that are already sort of subject to ministerial review. There may be sites that are in the housing element right now where we're counting on a certain number of units for them that are probably not redeveloping given what we've seen so far. And maybe, allowing SB 79 to kick in might, in some of those cases, tip those over into viability and helping us meet our RHNA goals in the current cycle. So I was curious about that. And while you're researching that, can I throw another one at you? I think this is an easy one to answer. So renter protections. We are not a rent control city, right? But to what extent, so a lot of the R3 sites that are included that we're not trying to exempt tonight because they don't meet the bar, would the renter protection clause in SB 79 apply to those? In other words, are those ineligible because they're subject to the renter protections under state law or under our city law, despite the fact that we're not a rent control city? Or was that not the sort of renter protection that was being referenced in SB 79?
Yeah, let me start with that. So I think SB 79 talks about price controls specifically. And so I think you could look at the city's BMR housing program as a price control there for rent or for de-restricted for sale ownership versus a local rent control ordinance, if that makes sense. So you could look at their other price controls that the city does have beyond rent control, which Menlo Park doesn't have locally.
So if I'm just a regular apartment building that's not in any way deed restricted, and I'm subject to the regular renter protections that we talked about in the previous item, but I'm not otherwise subject to something other than, the rent increase caps that we've talked about, would I be eligible for redevelopment under SB 70?
The references to rent and price control in SB 79 reference units that are deed restricted affordable. They don't reference what we typically understand using the terminology of rent control, which, as you said, Menlo Park does not have, quote, rent control. So the limitations on redevelopment and demolition of housing subject to rent or price control is just referencing demolition of units that are deed restricted affordable through a public entity's valid exercise of its police power, which is the city's inclusionary zoning or BMR housing program.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then one final question that I should have asked earlier, and maybe this is beyond the scope, but 1000 El Camino Real, that's a city-owned site, right? And that's shown in the map as being exempt or eligible for exemption. Does that have long-term leases on it that would preclude anything from happening in the near term? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, there is a long-term lease. It is not zone PF or public facility, so it is a eligible district. But yes, there is a current lease that could preclude redevelopment, yes.
And how long does that lease go for?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
One of the things I find somewhat counterintuitive with this discussion, and I understand it's a function of state law, but there are 18 different zoning districts within that radius from Caltrain that we're discussing. And we are attempting to exempt 5 of them from height, density, and intensity increases. And the 5 that we are attempting to exempt are all of the ones that our general plan and our specific plan say that we want the most housing and the most density and the most transit-oriented development. And I understand we can't do any of that for the other zoning districts, but it seems counterintuitive to me, and this is why I guess I won't bear the lead. I'm not supportive of the current recommendation, is because what we're saying is that we don't want density, or we don't want more density in the places in Menlo Park that we have already said we want the most density. And it seems something that I can't necessarily grapple with. I also am, I think Chair Eric mentioned this, I'm very concerned with what happens afterward. And I know that we can delay, but then what? And if we don't have a plan to change things, I mean, I very much appreciate the design standards and everything that Mr. Parada mentioned that we would love to be able to keep. But if there isn't a plan to keep that, then we're going to wake up 6 years from now having delayed potential projects. And by the way, if no projects arise because of SB 79 going into effect, then this conversation is essentially moot. And so it's only the projects that are on the margin that would happen if we don't adopt this that we're talking about, because otherwise it doesn't necessarily matter. And those are the ones that I think we want to have in Menlo Park. And yeah, if eventually we need to do a very massive restudy or redesign or all, I mean, take all of this extra staff time to get substantially similar results, I don't think that the ROI is there. So I'm not currently supportive, at least not as I understand things. And regarding delaying a year and then revisiting, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. I would want to have that in the resolution as opposed to, right now we have it to 2032. But also, if we don't change anything, then we'll never see the counterfactual, and we've already had X years of status quo. And so if we have another year of status quo, I don't know what more information we would be able to gather. But I do have one more question for staff, which is, if we do not adopt this proposed resolution tonight, would staff still bring this same proposal to City Council as a recommendation?
If the commission this evening votes to not recommend, so declines to adopt the recommended resolution, staff would forward that recommendation of the Planning Commission to the council for their consideration as part of the overall ordinance.
And that discussion would happen before City Council regardless, though?
Correct. This evening, the commission, if we go back to those 4 points, or the recommendation is to either adopt or effectively decline to recommend. So either recommend the council adopt the ordinance or decline to recommend, which is effectively a no. We don't, the commission in that sense doesn't support the ordinance. That would need either both of those actions, either or would need to happen this evening, and staff would then bring that to the council, summarizing the commission's decision this evening, whether to adopt the resolution in attachment A or to not adopt it.
I know this sounds like semantics, but I'm not proposing this at this point. Would the commission be able to adopt a resolution to not recommend this to the City Council?
Yeah, we can help you read that into the record tonight, instead of taking a no vote on the resolution. If you wanted to actually create that resolution for the City Council, that'd be fine. I also want to offer that the Planning Commission could also decline not to adopt the resolution as drafted and have staff present to the City Council recommendations that the Planning Commission have more time to consider options, or have it return to the Planning Commission. And that would be a consideration the City Council can make when it receives the ordinance on first reading.
Can I cut in on that?
Okay. I'm going to go Commissioner Farrick, Commissioner Beruzzi, Commissioner Schindler.
Thanks. I was actually just, I thought I took notes when Chair Eric said our 3 options per the discussion he had earlier with Mr. Parada was adopt as recommended, adopt with changes, or deny, and then recommend an alternative. I thought those were our 3 options, not the 2 that were just discussed. There was a 3rd option. And it's the City Council, they get to decide whether they direct staff to do a TOD plan or to, so like, if that's the preferred option that we would like as a body, that's fine too. I just wanted to clarify that there was a 3rd.
Yes, sorry. Commissioner Beruzzi.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I keep thinking about this alternative, this TOD plan that we would logically do in conjunction with our next cycle housing element. That doesn't give us as much as we think it does, right? Like, we're still going to need to be subject to the same constraints of any development standards we impose can't prohibit the development of this land at the densities that, like, first of all, it all needs to average out. So let's say we do twice as much here and half as much there, but still it needs to average out. And we can't impose standards like the ones we have today that Mr. Parada said preclude feasible redevelopment, right? And we probably can't include, negotiation type stuff. It needs to be, our TOD alternative would still need to be like a general plan, basically.
I think as part of the housing element process, we could develop standards that would comply. Whereas our standards today do not comply almost tautologically. We could have standards in the future that would apply, and we would have the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so let me mention the other thing that I've been meaning to bring up all night, and just we got bogged down on this quarter-mile thing. What about the half-mile radius? So at some point, we're going to be subject to a much more earth-shaking, potentially, radius, and it's probably not going to be that long from now. given the housing that we're planning on building? And how does that interact with your, how does that looming obligation factor into your recommendations tonight?
Can I also ask a really quick follow-up question as part of that? Do city populations get updated with the census, or is it on a real-time basis as per this law?
It's not automatically connected to the census under state law.
So in
And
theory,
the next census isn't for a while. I can't remember the year right now, but when we hit 35,
whenever the city or state determines that we have a population of 35, that's when it would go into effect?
correct.
Thank you.
And then as to the half-mile radius question, we did consider whether the exemption ordinance should have some sort of springing clause that allowed the ordinance to cover sites within a half mile. But one, we don't think that that's necessarily an option under SB 79. And our thought is that if and when the city's population reaches 35,000, the ordinance would come back before the Planning Commission, the City Council, to add additional sites within the half-mile purview.
Do we think it's going to hit 35,000 before the next, or concurrent with the next housing element cycle? Like, are we going to be planning for a 35,000 reality in the next cycle or not? What's your best guess?
I think looking at projections that are out there, it's not unreasonable to expect that we would hit the city of Menlo Park would hit 35,000 population between now and the adoption of the next housing element update. As mentioned, there's a number of housing units in the pipeline that would obviously increase population, and that just includes what we have approved, what we have pending, doesn't include what could be coming. When you look at projections from other kind of sources like regional projections, you do see Menlo Park's population growing. It has not grown as fast as we thought between 2020 and 2025, but that doesn't mean that it won't continue to grow and hit above 35,000 in the near future. And we're talking about 2,000 or so in terms of population, where we are right now to where we would be at 35.
So this is where I am right now. And I'm honestly undecided. I'm going to share the two halves of my brain here. On the one hand, I feel like the simplest thing is, as we've discussed, nothing's happening right now. Maybe nothing will happen, but letting SB 9 go into effect, SB 79 rather, knowing that in theory, hypothetically, we could make some changes next year if we need to, hypothetically, would not necessarily be a bad thing. I also feel like we could put enormous time and energy into doing an alternative plan. I feel like our community would have a lot of energy for that. And yet we're probably going to end up in the same place in terms of like the anticipated densities. And I wonder about the opportunity cost to staff of being able to plan all kinds of other good things, like saying, if we're going to have this kind of density, like how are people going to get around town? What are the place-making things we might want to be doing? What are the public facilities we're going to be needing to zone for? What are the that sort of thing? And so on the one hand, I feel like maybe our time as a city and our money might be better spent not trying to come up with an alternative, but really focusing on how to make the reality sweeter for our residents. On the other hand, I could also envision a scenario in which we do hit the 35,000, which puts some R1 neighborhoods in play and is going to freak people out. There's sort of an edge case scenario that some of our most high potential larger sites could hypothetically redevelop sooner. at a density below what we might eventually want to see it do. So if, you know, if we end up wanting to do some shuffling of things so that, let's say single stair reform hasn't passed, but in theory, maybe like people are going to be worried about 6-story buildings in Linfield Oaks. Maybe what we would want to say is 4-story buildings in Linfield Oaks and something taller along El Camino or something taller next to the train station. But I think that's the option of the TOD of that. Sorry, the alternative plan down the road. And what if, unfortunately, Big Five already developed at a lower density than what we ultimately would have liked? And I'm really thinking about this based on hindsight, because I feel like if we knowing what we know now, would we not have wanted to build a little more housing at Springline and Stanford? Once something redevelops, it's taken out of circulation for a long time. So that's the other part of the coin for me, and I'm conflicted. And there was a third thing that I wanted to mention that I completely forgot, and it was important, so I reserve the right to come back.
Sorry, Commissioner Schindler.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was my turn or not. As always, I find the conversation with this commission very thoughtful and really well researched. I suspect everybody here has also done their homework and looked to see what Oakland and LA and San Francisco have done. And the answer is something. Oakland, I think, is the only one who's actually just said, let's just embrace 79, and everybody else has sort of come up with something with one of the workarounds, a rezoning or an exemption or some combination of the two. I looked because I was like, well, are other people worried about things? What are they worried about? And that's exactly what this commission has said. So like, what exactly are we worried about? Because I'll speak for myself, but I believe I'm aligned with most other commissioners here, which is that density is the goal and the time frame is as fast as possible, if we're just talking about broad brushstrokes. But I do feel like I absolutely have to do the job of asking the questions of what are we giving up, right? And so what are the costs? And you heard me sort of go through a convoluted before and after scenario. And just to recap, the negotiation or the community benefit, while I appreciate that, I don't know, timeframes have the recent rezoning, including the introduction of bonus density, is new. I understand that there are no projects that have taken advantage of it, but I don't believe that to be because it's inherently flawed. I just think things take a long time. I do believe that Menlo Park has accrued significant benefits through the completely legitimate and industry standard practice of negotiating for things like a new community center, a reservoir that will be built under Parkline, additional affordable housing units. These are all things that sort of were part of the inherent, and things that we're still waiting for, like a grocery store and a pharmacy in certain parts of town. But like, these are things we've negotiated for, and previous commissions and city council have made very important. So I think I wanted to think really hard about what it means to give up the right to negotiate for those things that are almost like a wild card, right? What is it that we don't know that we need now that we might need in 2 years? So I didn't want to not contemplate that. It's amorphous, and I still don't know how to size it compared to the inherent value of density and fast, because those are important. The other thing I want to call attention to is something that was said, and I cannot remember to whom to attribute it, but it was a starting point in my logic, which is local control, maintaining local control. One of the things that this commission talks a lot about is how important it is to make sure the housing element is successful so that we maintain local control. However, the starting point for the argument of the exemption is local control. So let's just be cognizant of what, when we're making a trade-off and when we're talking about the importance of local control, that that we're thinking through and we're questioning our own assumptions here. My final point, just again, trying to close the loop on understanding the downside of highest density as fast as possible is, I guess, I think a question I'm going to carefully phrase for the city attorney, if I may, through the chair. I'm trying to figure out how to determine, is there a risk that the city is taking on somehow by not taking the option of defending our general plan? Like, we have an option here, it's to request the exemption, and that would be the mechanism to defend the thing we've all sort of said we're accountable for. Does that introduce any kind of incremental legal risk to not defending the details of the general plan?
No, state law is really clear that state law preempts local regulations and planning, such as a general plan. So if your question is if the city is at risk for not adopting the exemption ordinance, which implements its general plan and zoning ordinance, the answer is no. State law is very clear. A city may, but is not required to adopt such exemption ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be the answer that I absolutely would have expected as it related to legal risk with the state. What about, is the answer the same if we're talking about legal risk from private citizens?
Well, I just stated what I believe the law means. So if private citizens feel otherwise, that's their prerogative to raise that issue.
Okay. Thank you for indulging my hypothetical. Yeah, I am also still a little stuck. Right? I think speed and density, as I keep saying, speed and density is important. And I'm not sure how to correctly size the risk of those things still.
I'm going to call on some other folks in a minute here, and I don't want to cut off discussion on what is an important issue, but I am cognizant that we have another quite meaty topic upcoming. And so, whereas I think this commission likes to get to a point where we feel like we have some unanimity, I think tonight we just might need to take a vote. But I don't think we're there yet. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Peruzzi, who I think had something additional to add.
I did want to ask the question. So downtown retail district. I think if we were Walt Disney planning downtown, all of us who are, excited about the idea of more housing would still want to preserve our ground floor retail environment because that's our downtown. And, I've been looking at what Santa Clara is trying to do. They're trying to rebuild a downtown where they once lost their downtown. And I know that's a risk. But is that a risk? Here's my question. Is that a risk we can reasonably control for at this point? Because it seems like right now, if we adopt the delay tactic, right, we adopt the ordinance, then we're basically punting for a few years. But are we allowed to say this is our main street and we don't want to preserve, feel free to develop up to X stories, but we're of housing, but we want to keep our restaurants and drugstores and coffee shops? I think we can't, right? We can't require that those things get replaced under the eventual alternative plan, or can we? Would that be considered a requirement that would preclude development? That's kind of what I'm wondering. And is that is that the subtext of what's at risk right now? Because I think that's, and if that is at risk, is there anything we can do?
So I think that's a question for staff, and I'll start. So under SB 79, if you don't have the local exemption ordinance in place, then I think yes, redevelopment could occur on Santa Cruz Avenue that would not need to include a commercial component. It could be a housing only project. So in theory, yes. I think we might need to research, and we probably don't have an answer this evening unless the city attorney's office has an answer. But regarding the TOD alternative plan, I'm not sure if we could include those types of development standards as part of an overall shifting of development potential around. What I will say before turning it over to the city attorney's office is that the exemption ordinance does preserve for a portion of Santa Cruz. It doesn't cover the entire retail corridor all the way to, University Drive, which is effectively the kind of the end of the main street. But it does include a portion of that under the D downtown subdistrict that would be exempt under the temporary exclusion or temporary exemption ordinance.
I don't have anything to add, but maybe City Attorney Doherty, if you have anything to add. I need to look into it.
Yeah, I think, in my understanding the question, can the commission consider additional development standards that are not those that are already adopted for the site subject to the exemption ordinance? Or was your question in relation to development such development standards for a future TOD alternative plan? And I'm sorry if I misheard.
So I feel like what we're asking for right now with exemption effectively freezes the downtown zoning. It buys us time, right? If we adopt the exemption tonight for those downtown sites, then the current standards, the current downtown specific plan would apply. We haven't given over control over that to state yet, but I'm assuming that in 2032, we might have, unless we somehow manage to figure out a solution where we upzone everything around it and somehow can figure out how to exclude the street, which might be the whole street at that point, right? If we're up to 35,000. I guess I'm just wondering if.
Yeah, I understand. Let me say two things. One is staff has not done a capacity study for those sites, right? And so a proper capacity study takes existing units, projects potential development intensity. The difference between the two is your potential capacity increase. And then they also look at development standards that would preclude that capacity increase. That has not been done. If a developer comes in on one of those sites and says, hey, your existing development standard X precludes development at 60 dwelling units an acre, that standard still would not apply. And staff has not done and will not do before it goes to city council an analysis of what those development standards are. So that's one thing. The other thing is, while the exemption ordinance would preserve FAR density and height at current standards, it wouldn't freeze any other standards. The city is still free to modify and change any standards in the specific plan or other zoning regulations. We're not locked in, including increasing FAR height and density.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thanks. Just kind of tagging into the I think what Commissioner Bruzzi is weighing, and I too, I think where we're unanimous is that we all would like housing sooner than later. Yeah, dense housing downtown, or on this, in this, transit zone. This is why I am concerned about those things. And so I think that we should talk about a path to recommending to the council whether the vote goes to either adopt an exemption or not, but that I would actually prefer we adopt the exemption to buy a little time to do a capacity study and understand this better, with a clear note that we would encourage them to allow staff time to be dedicated to this, so that, because was said earlier, we don't know if we're talking about a non-issue here, really, if there's not going to be any development. The other issue that we're looking at is we're already at the heights of about that sweet spot that are allowed. And so like adding more heights right now might not do much, but we'd be losing the opportunity to have better community third spaces, retail, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I feel like, yes, I'm concerned about housing and fast and now. And I think right now on balance, just giving away all standards for potentially no reasonable reason. I mean, we could get a SB 79 project that doesn't actually add density or heights, but does do away with all the things that make the spaces, part of our community. And so I'd actually like to, talk about, again, I know we're trying to wrap this part up as efficiently as we can, but with everybody's point of view, I think that, clearly we can't even come to a clear, strong, we all agree on housing. So I think we convey that, and we convey that while we don't like the idea of pausing on something that might inspire development, we don't have the information to know whether that's really going to do something or not. So I guess I would like to consider, option 2, adopt with changes and future revisit, and not long future. I also wanted to say too, one last thing. I do think there's a longer term future from the way I read this bill. When the city either goes through a process of a TOD, separate project, or it's folded into the next housing element, what we'll come out with is something that's compliant and still maintains design standards. And so we can thread that needle longer term, is the way I read it, if we choose to as a community, if the council directs staff, and then that's part of the scope of the housing element work, is to find a way to comply with SB 79 and have the spaces that we want. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Bruzy.
I find that persuasive, and I also was thinking that often these bills pass and people experience implementation challenges or bumps or hiccups, and there are cleanup bills or things that clarify and move things in the direction of the original intent. Like I feel like there's some CEQA cleanup bills going on right now. And so I suppose if I were being super conservative, I would say like, wow, like maybe we want to sit out, if we can, the initial round that could in theory screw up our main street while still allowing a lot of other places in the area. Like you can almost run an experiment, right? Like there are all these properties that we're not talking about exempting along El Camino that are quite ripe for redevelopment. And they're not as essential to the fabric of our town as Santa Cruz Ave. And some of these other projects that parcels that we're talking about exempting right now were just recently redeveloped, or have really long-term leases on them. And it seems unlikely that anything's going to happen in the near term. So what kinds of, when you say option 2, like the ordinance, but with, or the resolution, but with changes, what kind of changes were you imagining?
I guess, was imagining us conveying the strong, intention that we are not trying to delay or inhibit, in intense housing proposals in this area. But what we're trying to do is make sure we do preserve some of the, key principles of the design, the specific plan. But we're not at all opposed. So it's more like a note, like we're not opposed to the heights. We're not opposed to the densities. We like the idea of embracing SB 79 with the specific plan, design ideals. So I guess it's like, that's what I mean with changes. It's sort of a yes and thing.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
I'm torn. I think those are great ideas. For me, what prevents me from getting over the edge is the combination of what happens when this expires and, you know, are we just kicking the can down the road, or are we signing up for a massive endeavor from what's already limited capacity? And I think Commissioner Baruzzi mentioned what the opportunity cost is and all the other things that we can be doing instead of doing these various capacity studies. And if there was no deadline and the state just said, if you're 50% or above, then you can keep things as is, and that's good enough, then ironically, maybe I would even be more in favor of this, because I knew that we would be doing it with the principles that, you know, some kind of principles we believe in and want to hold. But with a deadline on this, we're either saying it was essentially a moot point, or we're saying we have to do a ton of work and we're basically revisiting this big, you know, combination of where we're going to put various density, and that's a lot to ask. And like I said, kind of at the top of the meeting, we're a small town, and some of the cities that are attempting to do anything custom are very, very big cities, and I don't. Right, I'm not currently in the position to feel I'm not comfortable, and I know that ironically staff recommended this, but I don't feel very comfortable putting this on our city as an obligation of, hey, we got to figure this out and we have to go do this very big thing, or we just don't. And I think Chair Eric mentioned this, like an option is we pass this resolution and then we do nothing. And then the exemption expires and now we're back in the same position we otherwise would have been from the very beginning, except for we didn't get the density and we didn't get the time. And that weighs on me.
Commissioner Sillon.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's really good points. This is a tough one for sure. And I think I definitely am struck by Commissioner Bersey's point that, yeah, Santa Cruz Avenue, for better or for worse, is kind of a central element of our town. It's our downtown. And yeah, opening that up to, we have all the, you know, we have architectural controls there. We have a lot of different standards there. So opening that up to the ability to kind of buy one of those buildings and turn into like just housing with no ground floor retail doesn't sit great with me. But also to echo what Vice Chair Silverstein said a while back, it is kind of like looking at the map. I've just been staring at the map this whole time. If I was a resident near downtown, well, I am a resident near downtown. I'm just outside the half-mile radius. I would be struck by the R1, R3 districts being included. I mean, that's where I think there could be a pretty big change right next door that folks will be pretty surprised by. So given what we allow today downtown, if a project was to come in, an SB 79 project, maybe it would remove the retail, but in terms of like size and what's next to it, I don't think it would seem too crazy. The closer it is to Santa Cruz Avenue, the further away you get, there are certainly different neighborhoods that I think on July 1st, potentially, there could be a big change there. So my mind would be, you know, if we have some sort of development standards that go on top of SB 79, maybe that's where we should focus. Not to obviously preclude anything there, but just try to make it more harmonious the best we can, rather than trying to stop development downtown. Well, not stop, but I guess dampen development downtown. So that, yeah, I'm definitely struggling with that. And a general thought on this whole thing going in has been, you know, as Vice Chair Silverstein often says in different meetings, definitely am of the opinion that we're in a housing crisis. We have a shortage of homes in Menlo Park. Just the previous item, we asked our housing director what the most common issue is with evictions, and it was people being priced out. And I hear that all the time. And the public commenter and myself both mentioned, and I think this is a known thing, that adding supply can help. If not lower rent, it can stabilize rent or at least stop it from going up as much. And I've always been a favor of supply side strategies for housing prices. I am concerned about our RHNA progress report, and I think, in a sense, local control. The SB 79 was written about in the papers as kind of yet another example of the state basically saying local control is not working. It's the state sort of stepping in and forcing cities to move forward. And I didn't follow that bill super closely, but presumably there's a lot of horse trading and negotiating to get to these density and height levels. And I'm assuming that, if you take your average YIMBY, they would want something way bigger, way higher. And so when I see that most of our downtown districts aren't even at 50% of that, it just makes me a little frustrated that, like the state is kind of putting in this like bare minimum sort of zoning. We're not even close to that. So to me, it's a sign that our local control hasn't worked very well. And I don't think we necessarily need to take the position that, it's local versus state and we must go for local since we are sort of a local body. I think that personally, considering that we're an extremely job-rich area with good transit, and I at least co-signed letters during the housing development process to this effect, I think we should be, going above SB 79, not below. And Commissioner Schindler's comments about talking with the developers saying that where SB 79 comes in is good. My personal recollection is maybe what's missing from that is going below that isn't great. So where we upzone downtown to during the housing element, at least for most of the districts, is not like, the heights, a lot of them are well below 85 or 75 feet. The density is well below 100 for pretty much all the districts. And we do get close to 100, which I've heard developers say 100 to 120 is a sweet spot. We get there with the bonus level, but then I remember what Vice Chair Silverstein said about, this kind of nebulous, like, we'll give you the bonus, but we're not going to tell you how you're going to get it. We have to negotiate. I think that is an issue. And we also know from staff that we haven't had a lot of interest thus far. So it's not really clear to me that what we're thinking about preserving is working. I guess I'll put it that way. I know a lot of thought and planning went into it, but I'm definitely struck by the public commenter's comment that, you look at the map and there's just so many different letters and zones, and we have bonus and step up and all these different things. And it's almost like we're trying to meet our goals, and yet we keep putting in all these different conditions and rules, and I'm just feeling frustrated by it, to be honest. And I'm not saying that state has the answer by just saying forget it all, we're just going to give you the state level thing, but I do see it as almost like a way out of the mess we've created over time. I do think, again, that I'm a little skeptical that there's developers out there that are listening to this meeting right now going, oh, shucks, I really wish we could keep the current standards. I wish they would put in this exemption so we could keep it as is. My guess is the average developer would want the additional height and density. And so the question comes back to, are we willing to give up some of the other things to get that for a city? And I think, besides the D district on Santa Cruz, my personal answer would be yes. And keep in mind that SB 79 gives a maximum, right? So going back to Mr. Parada's slide, which shows how you qualify for SB 79, the minimum was 30 dwelling units per acre or the zoning. So a developer could still submit an application with our current zoning. We're not shutting that off. We're just saying you can go higher. So if our current zoning is the best sweet spot for downtown development, that's still an option. And so, yeah, I think I'm sort of 51% towards saying that let's focus. I would be of the position that we should focus our efforts on updating our general and specific plan to make sure that we do have that amount of local control that we think is appropriate for SB 79 projects without any sort of meaningful attempt to preclude them. Just, can we do ground level retail? Can we have the open space? Whatever makes sense, especially perhaps weighing towards R3 and something like that, instead of focusing on how do we kind of slow this down or come up with a separate plan, just because, yeah, that hasn't worked so far. And it sounds like a huge effort. I'm open to revisiting it during the housing element discussion, since at that point we'll have a lot more information about how things are going. Maybe at that point we'll have so many SB 79 projects that will say, whoa, we gotta like slow this down. But I'd be surprised. So I'm sort of 51% on option 4 with direction to staff to council, or a recommendation of council that we focus on amending our general specific plan to, influence SB 79 projects with whatever amount of local control we think is appropriate, such as ground level retail, et cetera. I would be open to excluding the D district on Santa Cruz Avenue, maybe, because that does seem like a touchy one. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, before we go any further, I would like to make a motion to extend this meeting to 11:30.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay, that motion passes. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Okay. How about this? Let's look at these parcels that we were talking about exempting. Like, let's look at these zones individually and talk about the probability of redevelopment in this window. So I would say that we could probably safely avoid exempting the area immediately around the station because it has very recently redeveloped. Like I don't know why we would want to exempt that. I don't think I see Springline suddenly getting torn down with all of the investment that just went into that. I would like not, regardless of probability of development, I would like not to exempt the ECR Southeast region, because I don't think Stanford's going to redevelop their land, but I do think that like the possibility of Big Five and our city lot, why would we, that's not our downtown retail district. That is a strip mall that people keep bringing up as an ideal site for housing, and nothing we've done so far has moved the needle on that. So why would we not see that if the default state thing could work? Wait, I'm not done yet. And then we get to downtown, right? So with downtown, here's my hypothetical scenario. What if we adopt the ordinance, or not, I'm sorry, I'm bad with words. It's not an ordinance. Adopt the exemption, the resolution, but just for D and SAW, or maybe just, no, yeah, D and SAW, but during the next 5 years, run an experiment of, and this is where the city attorney might say this is just like flat out not allowed. What if we allow people within the downtown, that within the Main Street area of our downtown, to redevelop at the height and density levels that are given in SB 79, but, and we don't include a whole bunch of poison pills, but we do insist on retaining ground floor retail. Like, what if what if in the next 5 years we say, okay, downtown, we're not willing to let it be the Wild West yet. We'd like to see if you can do something up to these heights and densities because you haven't been interested before. But right now we're going to retain our local control enough that we say that, like basically we'll say you're at 50%, but we'll give you more if you're interested in redeveloping housing, but maintaining ground floor retail. Am I being clear? Is this like a thing that we could try?
I think you're being clear, but I unfortunately think it's a version of the question that Commissioner Farrick asked, which is, can we have standards that allow SB 79 heights but maintain design standards? And the answer is potentially yes, but not tonight.
Not tonight, but can we recommend that, can we recommend strongly that this is really the area, right, that people are probably going to be most concerned about. Can we strongly recommend that council evaluate that option, that planning staff and legal team find out if it's viable?
What we could do is we could adopt the exemption for downtown only and have it expire at a time frame that is not 2032. At that point, we would have the presumption that it's expiring unless staff and whoever is able to come with the proposal that would then make the commission and potentially city council comfortable with renewing said exemption through 2032. Because if we say that we want to do that earlier, then it should be in the actual exemption and not just a hope.
But if we adopt it until 2032, then it gives people, if we just say we're going to adopt it for the next 5 months, but then there's nothing that we're going to be able to require you after that. Okay, sorry, what am I misunderstanding?
No, sorry. The exemption alone is binary. The exemption cannot have a change in heights. So what the exemption would do is the exemption would say, hey, we're giving an exemption, everything stays the same as of July 1st. And then we would use the time of the timed exemption that we give in order to increase the heights, just like you proposed, to basically match the heights or density to SB 79, but continuing to retain all of our local control for downtown and ground floor retail and any other aesthetic things that we want to do. So that is how I understand it could happen. If we don't have an expiration date on the exemption, then my fear is that busy people are going to be busy and we'll just wait till 2032 to do anything on those heights and densities that you just proposed.
Commissioner Farrick.
In general, I like that, but I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Sillen reminded me of it. I actually think the biggest controversy will be if somebody were to propose an SB 79 development in the more residential corners, the northeast, the ones that are currently 1-story and 2-story, either a single family home or a small apartment complex is suddenly there's a 100-foot structure. I think that's where there's going to be issues that need to be thought through. And that's where I like the idea of the staff recommendation of the exemption, because then if we do wrap up the process of adhering to SB 79 by the next housing element cycle, as part of the housing element cycle, you can do the things where you do even higher heights in certain areas like the ECR Southeast, areas that are certainly much more of a El Camino corridor, tall buildings, awesome, not so much next to the single family, right in Linfield Oaks kind of thing. So that's why I feel like we need to think through it in a much more precise and specific way than just a bubble. So, yeah.
That's where I originally was. I'm sorry. But I do worry about the thing that Commissioner Schindler learned today, which is that we're not necessarily going to, the additional height is not necessarily, the additional height that we are likely to be willing to give somebody on El Camino is not likely to tantalize the developers And I also kind of wonder if nothing will really happen in R3 until single stair reform passes, because it's really hard to build the kinds of things that people might want to do on such small lots.
Commissioner Schindler, did you have a comment? If not, that's okay. I thought I saw your hand.
The only additional conclusion I feel like I've reached in the last 3 minutes is, or 6 minutes, is that I don't actually think any version of the alternative, the TOD alternative plan is at any point in the time is going to be successful or a good use of resources for the incremental benefit it will deliver and the incremental risk that it will introduce. Like, I think the process of developing it will be a shit show. Absolute community shit show. And a drain in resources. So I don't actually even think that's like, I don't want that to be something that maybe we figure out if there's an option to do. Like, I'm not considering it. And in terms of weighing all of these, I'm also.
I will just add that I very much agree with that and think any sort of TOD plan, study, whatever, is the worst of all the options, which I think staff agrees.
I don't even want to, I don't need to retain the ability to do that. I still don't have an answer to, like, at the end of 2032, what is it that's like new or different? Because it's definitely not the TOD. It might be we zone denser and not higher, denser. I don't know. I'm just not sure what's different, like what's significantly different. So again, I'm back at what is the cost? What are we giving up in exchange to get the density faster? And I'm still not convinced that we know the answer to that, which makes me worried.
Yeah. I think this is really hard and there's not an easy call. I think I will say two things. First, I think we need to move to a motion or potentially motions. And the second is that the way I am personally feeling is that I think it's important that we hit our RHNA goals. I think it's important that we develop more housing quickly. And the options for doing that, if there were easy options, then they would have been figured out. And like the reason that this is hard is that it's legitimately hard. And I personally feel really uncomfortable adopting or recommending something that feels to me like kicking the can 6 years down the road. And I understand it's complicated and nuanced and we don't know everything that's going to happen, but I don't think we're politicians here. I sort of think we're wannabe politicians, but I want to be a wannabe politician that takes a tough vote and leads into uncertainty and doesn't say, I don't have the courage to do that people 6 years from now have to deal with that question. The question's before us now, and I think we should have the courage to walk into some uncertainty because of the goals of our city. Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. I share many of those sentiments, and it may be the hour and my fatigue, but it's also me contemplating this conversation side by side with the conversation we had about ADUs, side by side with the conversation we still have yet on the agenda, that all of which, like, it's possible to hedge the hardest decision by saying, we'll wait a year, or we'll wait 2 years, or we'll we keep bumping up against limited resources and limited time. So the question I ask myself is, if I had to pick one or the other without a hedge or a time constraint, right, which one would I do? So I probably would say we go ahead and we just we do not request the exemption. And we go ahead and we say, if I had to pick, like, without some kind of pivot point in a year or 2 years, that's the one that I would pick. I would like a pivot point it's not a year. Let's be realistic. It's 2 years. Not everything, good project management. Every time you pick a date, you multiply it by 3, and then that's actually the answer. So let's say 2 years, right? That would be my hedge, but I wouldn't make it a requirement for council. I would try and make it one of our little sub-bullets where we say, we take 79 and we hope there are resources to significantly evaluate what comes up or doesn't come up from the development community in the first 2 years. And then we do we evaluate, or we look at what comes up, right? Because this would be what would signal we need to course correct. We get a project downtown, like what Commissioner Peruzzi imagined, that gets rid of the storefront and it is high density, just downtown, and people get upset. Or something goes up immediately adjacent to residential. So those would be indicators of course corrections.
Really quickly, we've talked about residential before. We are not exempting residential. So like R3 can go up regardless of what we do tonight. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, that's correct. R3 is not one of the zones that.
Yeah.
Adjacent to residential is what I said.
But I think like we've talked about, the biggest concern is that we have our residential neighborhoods and there are some single family homes there, and like we don't want a high rise next to that. We cannot prevent that in any way, shape, or form by anything we do tonight, because the only potential exempted districts are not those. Yeah. Okay, I would like to make a motion to recommend that City Council not adopt an exemption for SB 79 for the Menlo Park zoning districts that were enumerated in the staff report. And I would love for that communication to City Council to reflect this grave and serious and responsible conversation that we have had tonight. And I don't know if I need to succinctly summarize that, but that's my motion.
Second.
May I make a comment?
Please.
Great. I know usually I'm a big, fan of consensus, but I think in this case, I'll be not supporting the motion, but that's totally fine. I think we just are approaching the same goal with different angles, and I was very much involved in the downtown specific plan and have some love for the time and effort that it took. And so therefore I would actually have recommended a different thing, but that's fine. I will vote accordingly, but no problem.
I want to say thank you to my fellow commissioners and to staff. I think speaking personally, this is why a lot of us get involved in public service. I will also say to Commissioner Farrick that I genuinely don't know what the outcome of the motion is going to be, and there can be follow-on motions if it goes one way or another. So at this point, I'm going to call on Commissioner Sillon.
Thank you. I was wondering if the motion maker would be open to, I'm sorry, I don't know what it's called, but adding, what's that? No, not an amendment. Well, I guess it would be an amendment to add, I don't know, color for council. What I'm hearing is that we do all feel like at minimum, we would like there to be some study or attention paid to the impacts on downtown as a result of not making the exemption, and studying whether development standards could be added that would keep ground floor retail. God, that's so wordy. Yeah, something along those lines. Would you be open to that? I could try to actually word it succinctly.
Yeah, as part of the motion, I alluded to the fact that we've had a robust discussion, which genuinely weighs pros and cons that we're feeling. And while I would love to convey those pros and cons, I also don't, on a personal level and as for this motion, I don't want City Council to hear our recommendation and say, well, and deviate from that. Obviously, City Council is able to do whatever they want to do, but I would like the motion to reflect the formal recommendation of this body. That being said, I absolutely am comfortable adding language to the motion that as part of not adopting a exemption ordinance, that City Council direct staff to study the effects of SB 79 going into effect at a date which is appropriate in the future.
Sorry, can you clarify the language you just added?
So if we don't adopt an exemption ordinance, SB 79 will go into effect.
Uh-huh.
After that point, there will be some effect potentially where applications come in and there is a change to the development patterns of downtown potentially. And we should study that and we should explore it and we should understand what the impact is.
Okay, so you're adding language requesting that City Council direct staff to study the impacts
Correct.
of SB 9 going into effect. Okay,
After it goes into effect, but obviously not 2 days after.
right. Okay. Commissioner Sillin?
Sorry, could I maybe ask staff to clarify, regardless of whether this motion passes or not, like, let's say this motion does pass, what additional color would be provided to council along with how we voted in terms of what Vice Chair Silverstein was saying, like the points of debate that have come up tonight? Will any of those be included? And if so, how?
Yeah, so thank you. So given the timeline we're on, it's unlikely that the minutes from this meeting will be complete prior to the council considering the Planning Commission's decision this evening on May 12th. Certainly this meeting is recorded, it's available. Certainly staff will attempt to summarize at a high level for the council, the robust discussion, but it will be a high level. I will be very clear and transparent. It will not be the 3 hours of discussion synthesized into pages. It's going to have to be very, very short.
Yep.
But certainly we'll do our best to identify that there was a robust discussion with, alternative ideas and plans. We'll do what we can, but it's not going to probably meet anything that you would see in minutes, whether it's the short form minutes that we do or the long form minutes that we do for other projects.
I understand that and I'm comfortable with that given the motion.
Okay. Could we clarify that? Well, before we vote, I would just ask that we restate the motion one more time, but I think Commissioner Bruzzi is very eager to say something.
Sorry, let's do Commissioner Bruzzi's comment first.
Yeah, I think we missed the boat on this with the annual progress report. We, of course, have another option. We don't have to rely on staff to transcribe our meeting. We don't have to rely on staff to use their valuable time with council. We each, as an individual, are entitled to 3 minutes or whatever the mayor chooses to allow that's less than 3 minutes of public comment. And I think that it would behoove us, if we feel strongly about the nuance of this discussion and we want to make sure that some of our concerns are captured for council, to show up at the meeting and make public comment to that effect, and or email City Council and have it go in the public record.
May I recommend the email as it is longer and more durable?
For sure. And both is also an option. Because then you can say things more colorful than what you might say in an email, like the thing that I've never heard Jen Schindler say before on a dais. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Silverstein, can you please restate the motion?
I move to adopt a resolution that City Council I move to adopt a resolution that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council not adopt a resolution excluding any zoning district from SB 79. However, the Planning Commission recommends that City Council direct staff to study the impact of SB 79 at a later date.
Second. Okay, we're going to vote now.
Through the chair, I'm so sorry for one clarification. Sorry to interrupt. Just to be clear, it's a motion to do those things, but not a motion to adopt a resolution. We don't have such a resolution before you tonight. But if you just make the motion with that reference to a resolution omitted, then your entire motion will be reflected in a minute order and will have the same force and effect. But I want to just make that clear.
Fair. I was just copying the original resolution language, but recognize that we're not able to vote on something that's not necessarily language here. So I move that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council not adopt a resolution excluding any zoning district from SB 79. With
Second.
Before we vote, do you
Sure.
want to say, I feel like it might be better to not just say, don't do this, but to specify our recommended alternatives so that they're not thinking, oh, maybe they want us to rezone the entire city, or maybe they want us to do a TOD now, like an alternative plan now, right? Like what's the thing that we were saying we think should happen?
and let SB 79 go into full effect.
Second. Okay. Commissioner Baruzzi,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick,
No.
Commissioner Schindler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That is 5 votes in favor with 1 against. Thank you, everyone, for the robust discussion.
Through the chair.
Sorry, I think I'm gonna, okay. I can't believe that I'm suggesting this because I have waited so long
Wait,
for our next item. Yes.
through the chair, before you do what you
Yeah.
might be doing, can I just circle back to Commissioner Bayrouzi's mention about making statements to the council?
Sure.
Okay, so just to be clear, those statements should come as individuals.
Absolutely,
Okay,
yeah,
just want to make it clear for the record. And then I'll let you go. I also have some suggestions too, but I'll let you speak, Chair Eric, first on what you might be saying next.
Okay. I have waited a very long time for this next item to be on the agenda, and so I sort of can't believe, but I would like to ask staff whether there is wisdom and the potential to continue the item to a later date certain.
Yes, so staff's recommendation was going to be similar, but we do think, given that there could be members of the community listening in that would like to have waited through this item to hear this item, we'd recommend that we open the item, have our staff presentation, open public comment. If there are any members of the community listening online that would like to provide comments, there's none in the chambers here. And then I would actually, at that moment, I think we'll be getting close to that 11:30 mark, probably close the hearing then and continue it to a future date. And we'll pick up clarifying questions, commission discussion, and direction feedback at that time. I'll just make a note, it can't be next week, just given the agenda that we have for next week. I don't think
Okay.
at this moment that that's possible, so I just want to make sure that that's clear before I.
Okay, I understand that. Yes, one second. I think we should do what Mr. Parada suggests. So we'll do that in a moment. While we do that, I would very much like to continue this to a date certain. And so I would like to ask staff if, while Mr. Chan is presenting, I believe he's the presenter, if staff could think about what date that could be. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yeah, the one part of that I'm not comfortable with is if there were people who were, well, I'd like to be generous to the public that might want to make a comment and might, is there a way to reopen public comment
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Great
in a
question.
future hearing? Okay, great.
Yeah, I think we would need to do a slight recap of staff's presentation, probably a shortened one at the next hearing. And then we certainly can reopen public comment at that time. That's at the discretion of the chair, but certainly if the chair is interested, we can certainly do that at that time. And that does seem like a reasonable approach. I'm just going to answer the date certain, and I might look to our city attorney as well, but I think we can do no earlier than May 18th, but I can't at this moment, given everything we're juggling on the staff side for a number of projects, commit to May 18th as a date certain, just given what I'm looking at here as the tentative timeline, or excuse me, tentative agenda time. It would be over a 4-hour meeting, but there are a number of things in flux. So we can try, but I can't commit. We would certainly renotice for the May 18th meeting so folks would be aware of it. That's probably the best that I can say this evening, is the record would recognize that it would be no earlier than May 18th, but we can't at this moment say date certain May 18th. Date certain would have to be June, unfortunately.
Okay, I think we'll have to think about that. And I think we should think about it while we hear the presentation. So, Mr. Chan, with great gratitude for your wading through the previous items, I would like to turn us to item G1. Is that right? Okay. Item G1 is regarding Senate Bill 9 or SB 9 ordinance update and zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance amendments for the city of Menlo Park. At this hearing, the commission may consider and provide feedback on potential amendments to the city's regulations for urban lot splits and 2-unit housing developments, chapters 1531 and 1677 of the municipal code for compliance with state law, specifically Senate Bills 9 and 450, and potential options to streamline the development review process in single-family zones. A study session is not a project within the meaning of the California Environmental Quality Act. Mr. Chan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Eric, members of the commission. I'm Calvin Chan, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. I'm here this evening to begin the presentation for the Senate Bill 9 or SB 9 ordinance update, as well as our single-family development study session. Just want to note for the record that following the publication of the staff report, the Planning Commission received 2 documents. That was April 26 correspondence from Patty Fry, as well as an April 27th SB 9 approved and active projects overview table prepared by staff, which are available this evening. So this evening, we are beginning our study session. The study session is an opportunity for the Planning Commission as well as the general public to provide preliminary feedback with comments that we can collect to inform future review and consideration of our amendments to the Menlo Park Municipal Code. The primary purpose of this study session is to consider future SB 9 ordinance updates to update the municipal code for consistency with state law, specifically Senate Bills 9 and 450. Staff believes this to be a key item for nearer-term action. The secondary purpose is to consider potential options to streamline the development review process for single-family dwelling units in single-family zones, such as potentially removing use permit requirements for substandard lots, as well as floor area limit or FAL establishment for lots which are less than 5,000 square feet in area. The Planning Commission's feedback on the development review process for single-family units will be shared with the City Council to consider and provide direction to staff at a future date. I'll begin with an overview of Senate Bill 9 and then move into Senate Bill 450. Senate Bill 9 was signed into law in 2021 and became effective in 2022. The primary intent of the law is to help increase housing supply by making it easier for property owners in single-family zones to develop additional housing, especially more modestly priced homes, by encouraging the construction of smaller homes on smaller lots. The law requires local governments to allow certain developments ministerially. That means if a proposal meets objective requirements, which are clear and measurable standards, the staff must approve it without discretionary review or public hearings. SB 9 amended the government code to require ministerial approval of a housing development with no more than 2 primary units in a single-family zone. These are also called SB 9 units or 2-unit housing developments. SB 9 also amended the government code to allow ministerially the subdivision of a parcel in a single-family zone into 2 parcels, and this is sometimes referred to as an SB 9 lot split or an urban lot split. Or SB 9 also allows both of these things, the development of the 2-unit housing development as well as the urban lot split. SB 9 facilitates the creation of up to 4 units. That's 2 units maximum per newly created lot on a lot area typically used for one single-family home. One way I like to think of it is doing more with less, or more housing opportunity with the same land. Okay, shown on this slide is a map of Menlo Park's single-family zoning districts. These would be the areas that SB 9 applies to. SB 9 only applies to our city's 6 single-family zoning districts. It does not apply to multifamily zoning districts. SB 9 and accessory dwelling units, also referred to as ADUs or secondary dwelling units, are commonly discussed together, but it's important to note that they're not the same, and that's intentional. Both the SB 9 ordinance as well as the ADU ordinance, they work separately and complementarily to provide varied options. I like to think of it as a menu of options to develop a mix of housing types to address our local housing needs. The SB 9 development path provides an option for larger units as well as more primary units with ownership opportunity on a lot, while ADU regulations focus on constructing new housing units that would remain secondary in nature to a primary residence. Regarding ADUs, the following applies. For parcels that were not created through an urban lot split, general ADU regulations dictate the number of developable ADUs. For parcels that were created through an urban lot split, consistent with SB 9, local agency is not required to permit more than 2 dwelling units of any kind, primary or ADU, per parcel. In summary, SB 9 can be used to add new units to existing parcels, divide an existing house into multiple units, or divide a parcel and also add units at the same time. Shown on the screen here is a summary of the table provided to the Planning Commission today. It is an overview of our SB 9 approved and active projects since the city adopted formal SB 9 regulations in 2023. In summary, the city has approved 5 urban lot split applications and is currently processing 5 additional active urban lot split applications. In consideration of all the SB 9 projects processed to date, this includes projects with and without urban lot splits. And this would mean that we've considered 12 single-family zone lots with 12 primary residences that have redeveloped or are in the process of redeveloping into 22 single-family zone lots with 39 residences. And this is comprised of 28 primary units and 11 ADUs. I'll now move into an overview of Senate Bill 450 or SB 450. So 3 years after SB 9 went into effect in 2025, SB 450 went into effect. And its primary intent is to modify and strengthen SB 9. There are 3 main highlights of SB 450 that are relevant for the city of Menlo Park to consider. First, SB 450 adds language that prevents a local agency from imposing objective zoning, subdivision, and design standards on any SB 9 developments if they do not apply uniformly to development within an underlying zone. As a result, some jurisdictions have amended their local SB 9 ordinances to default to the standards of the underlying single-family zone. And it's important to note that alternatively, a local agency can also consider amending the single-family zoning guidelines itself to adopt objective standards if those standards could be more permissive or less restrictive than applicable standards within the underlying zone. A second highlight is that SB 450 makes various changes to application processing. SB 450 adds language that requires a local agency to consider and approve or deny an SB 9 application or a lot split application within 60 calendar days after receipt of a complete application. If the city does not act within this timeframe, the application is otherwise deemed approved. Additionally, SB 450 adds language that requires the local agency, if they were to issue a denial, to return in full writing a full set of comments to the applicant listing the items that are defective, as well as means to remedy those defects. The third highlight of SB 450 is a cleanup highlight. Previously, prior to SB 450, SB 9 required that proposed development that not involve the demolition of more than 25% of the existing exterior structural walls in order to qualify for ministerial approval. SB 450 removes this threshold and maintains the tenant protections that SB 9 has in place, because SB 9 is by right not applicable to any housing that has been occupied by a tenant within the past 3 years, regardless of the extent of proposed demolition. So highlight number 3 is really a cleanup text. Shown on the screen here, this is an excerpt or a summary of Table 1 in your staff report. And this basically shows what we're calling the basic SB 9 or SB 450 development opportunities. This is an overview of the state-required basic development standards for 2-unit housing developments and urban lot splits that the city, as well as all other local agencies, must follow pursuant to SB 9 and SB 450. At a minimum, the city must abide by these basic standards, and the city can also explore more permissive or less restrictive standards if desired. With the enactment of SB 450, most of the city's existing SB 9 development standards, which are provided in Menlo Park Municipal Code Chapter 16.77, are no longer consistent with state law, as they include requirements that don't uniformly apply to our other single-family zones. In other words, this means that most of the city's existing SB 9 development standards are less permissive or more restrictive than other single-family zoning standards, and thereby they are not enforceable. The SB 9 ordinance update effort has 2 main categories of next steps, which staff seeks Planning Commission feedback for. These categories are either consistent standards or inconsistent standards. And you please refer to attachment H for additional detail. With regard to consistent standards, where the existing SB 9 standards remain consistent with state law, they could be maintained, and the Planning Commission may consider providing feedback to staff if there is desire to explore a more permissive or less restrictive standard than state law. With regard to inconsistent standards, where the standards are no longer consistent with state law, they will be removed as they are unenforceable. And shown on the screen is samples of some of the SB 9 standards that we currently have that have been identified as inconsistent with state law with the passage of SB 450. While these inconsistent standards will need to be removed, the Planning Commission could consider incorporating the intent behind their original adoption, such as promoting privacy between structures, reducing overmassing with limited articulation, or supporting high-quality design and neighborhood compatibility through the potential development of objective residential design standards that could apply uniformly to all single-family zones, especially as it relates to development on smaller lots, and as well as proximity to development on neighboring structures. It's possible to explore the development of 2 different types of residential design standards. There could be tiered standards that apply to varying lot sizes, for example, 0 to 5,000 square feet, 5,001 to 10,000, greater than 10,000. And these tiered standards would be applicable to all single-family zone residential districts, whether they use SB 9 or not. These tiered standards are beneficial in that they could potentially address some unique considerations based on lot size, specifically smaller lot sizes that would be generally more applicable to SB 9 units following an SB 9 lot split. It's also possible to explore the development of blanket standards, and these would apply uniformly to all single-family lots. Things like obscure glazing, privacy screening, required smooth stucco textures, maximum front yard paving, and minimum landscaping. Those are some examples pulled from our existing SB 9 standards. And as I mentioned earlier, additionally, more permissive standards than state law could be explored if desired.
Excuse me, Mr. Chen. I move that this meeting be extended to 11:45.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now talk about the secondary intent of our study session, which is to consider potential options to streamline the housing development review process in single-family zones. And over the years, there has been community interest in modifying the use permit requirement for development on substandard lots. Just as a reminder for Our audience, the use permit process is a discretionary process that requires a public hearing for development projects, complementary to the intent of SB 9 as well as SB 450 to streamline housing production in single-family zones. Staff has identified these two options that you see on your screen as potential ways to streamline the housing development review process in single-family zones. These would be potential to remove use permit requirements for development on substandard lots. That is option number 1. And second option is to consider removing the use permit requirement for establishing the FAL on lots that are 5,000 square feet or less. The Planning Commission is requested to review and provide feedback regarding these potential options to streamline the housing development process in single-family zones. And the Planning Commission's feedback would be collected and shared with the City Council for guidance to staff at a future date. I'll describe option 1 and option 2 and then move into next steps. The zoning ordinance defines substandard lots and requires the granting of a use permit in order to proceed with certain kinds of development in single-family zones. Most commonly, what the Planning Commission sees is a use permit for development on a substandard lot, specifically for 2-story residences. Over the past 2 years, the Planning Commission conducted 19 public hearings in 2024, as well as 18 public hearings in 2025 for these types of applications. And there is potential to remove this use permit requirement for single-family development on substandard lots. The primary benefit would be streamlining the housing development process to remove the discretionary review requirement for constructing these 2-story homes on substandard lots. And this could result in cost and time savings for homeowners, as well as simplify the development review process for 2-story residences. It is important to note that, however, the removal of this use permit trigger is not anticipated to result in any increase in the overall net housing unit production within the city. Should the use permit requirement to construct 2-story residences on substandard lots be removed, the building permit application process would continue, including staff level zoning and consistency checks as is currently done. And these are the types of objective standards that you see in the data tables of your staff reports often. Moving on to the second option. For most single-family zones, with Lorelei Manor and Felton Gables excluded, zoning regulations require a use permit to establish the floor area limit, or FAL, for lots less than 5,000 square feet in area. FAL generally means the maximum permitted floor area for the property. The Planning Commission occasionally reviews these types of applications. In 2024, there was 1 public hearing for such, and in 2025, there were 2. Historically, staff has recommended approval of projects with a FAL of 56% or less on lots less than 5,000 square feet, because that is the maximum FAL on a 5,000 square foot lot with a FAL of 2,800 square feet. There is potential to remove this use permit requirement. The primary benefit would be streamlining the housing development process by establishing a defined FAL, and this could be at 56% as it has been done historically or some other threshold. This change would help set a clear objective standard, avoid requiring an applicant to fully develop a project and then come before the Planning Commission for review and approval to determine whether the floor area for their designed project is appropriate. This could result in cost and time savings for homeowners, as well as provide more certainty in the development process. So in conclusion, tonight's study session, which will continue at a future date, provides an opportunity for the planning commissioners as well as the public to provide preliminary feedback with comments that staff will collect to inform future review and consideration of municipal code amendments. The primary purpose is the SB 9 ordinance update to ensure that our ordinance is consistent with state law. And there are additional questions and items for the Planning Commission to consider within the staff report. The Planning Commission is requested to, 1, provide feedback for the existing SB 9 development standards, as well as the desirable next steps. And specifically looking at Table 1, which is the basic SB 9 standards, consider if there are potential areas that should be explored to be more permissive or less restrictive than state law. The second request is for the Planning Commission to provide feedback regarding the interest to modify or remove the use permit requirement triggers for substandard lots, as well as FAL establishment for lots less than 5,000 square feet. And third is for the Planning Commission is requested to provide feedback regarding their interest for development of objective residential design standards. And this will be done through a separate process outside of the SB 9 ordinance update. As a next step, staff will review the feedback that is provided by the Planning Commission at the public following the conclusion of the study session, and will either return to the Planning Commission with a second study session if needed, or a public hearing with draft SB 9 ordinance update text for the Planning Commission to review and consider a recommendation to the City Council for adoption. Staff will continue to maintain our city's SB 9 projects webpage, which has a new shortened URL at menlopark.gov/SB9 to keep the community informed of everything SB 9 related. Feedback received regarding the potential options to streamline the development review process in our single-family zones, as well as interest to develop objective residential design standards. As I mentioned, those will be collected by staff and then shared with City Council for direction to staff at a future date. This direction could include prioritization within the Planning Division's overall work plan, scope of effort, outreach, as well as budget. And with that, I'll pause my presentation and turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Mr. Ball, if you could please provide directions to the public if they would like to provide public comment, and open the public comment period for item G1.
If you're joining remotely, please click the hand icon, or if you're calling in, press *9 on your keypad. Staff will call on speakers and unmute you. For those here in person, please complete a speaker card at the back of the room and hand it to me. I'm not seeing any public comments, but we can wait a moment longer if you'd like.
I think we can close public comment. I was prepared to give some sort of medal or sticker to anyone who provided public comment, but okay, so we have to decide about continuing this item. Before we do, Vice Chair Silverstein, I believe, had something to say.
Yeah, I know that we're not allowed to discuss something that's not on the agenda. And so if this item does get continued, I was wondering if we could do so with a potential amendment. And I want to ask staff the ramifications of this. I know that as part of this conversation, it would be to remove the use permit requirement for substandard lots. However, not mentioned in this conversation is removing the substandard lots themselves. For example, changing the actual minimum lot size requirements in our zoning districts. And I'm wondering is there a functional difference between doing that? What does substandard mean if you don't have to have a use permit? Given SB 9, are substandard lots even enforceable in any way? And very pointedly, can we include a conversation around actually changing our lot minimums as part of this discussion?
Thank you, Vice Chair Silverstein. Staff is noting your comments. We will explore that.
I will just say that I'm open to staff feedback and interpretation here, but my understanding, just reading the description of the study session, it says potential options to streamline the development review process in single-family zones. And I think that would include a broader conversation. Yes, Commissioner Baruzzi. Okay. Does staff have a recommendation in terms of continuing this item?
So yeah, I'll take that one. I think given that the next meeting is the agenda set in full, any continuance would be not to a date certain because staff would renotice it the same way we noticed this meeting. I think we hear the commission's desire to bring it back as soon as possible, and we'll certainly strive to find the next available meeting. It could be as soon as May 18th. It wouldn't be sooner than that. This evening, though, as I mentioned before, we just can't commit to a date certain of May 18th. We'll do our best. We'll have to reconfigure some things. Some projects will have to move potentially. And so those are considerations that staff needs to look at and evaluate. We have some private development projects that we want to make sure we also bring them forward and don't bump them necessarily to June at the expense of study session. We also recognize the importance of the study session. So long answer short, we'll do our best to bring it back as soon as possible. I wouldn't put a date certain on it this evening.
Okay. I personally would prefer continuing it to June 8th rather than not continue it to a date certain. So my question would be if staff is comfortable with that.
I'm not going to be here June 22nd, so I also prefer June 8th.
If I can jump in, Chair?
Yes.
I will be gone May 18th, so I would also prefer June 8th.
Yeah, we can move it to June 8th. We can continue to date certain. We'll still probably republish in the newspaper for folks that may be interested. But looking at that agenda this evening, I don't see a conflict that far out, so we can work with that.
Okay, I would like to move that we continue item G1 to a date certain on June 8th.
Second.
All in favor? That item is continued. The last item on our agenda tonight is informational items. Mr. Prada, does staff have any informational items they would like to share about future Planning Commission agendas?
Yes, thank you. So I'll try to make this quick. The next meeting is a week from today. We have our back-to-back meetings that happen every now and then. 2 items, we have 3 items on the meeting, but 2 to highlight. We have the housing development project at 68 Willow Road, which is 50 units of townhome development. That is for Planning Commission review and action, as well as a recommendation potential to the City Council for the major subdivision associated with the project. And then we also have the draft DIR public hearing and study session for 1005 O'Brien Drive and 1320 Willow Road, proposed life science development project. Those are the two main items. The third item that's not development related is time for our annual chair and vice chair selection. And then moving forward, May 18th, I do want to highlight one item that we are striving to bring, but obviously the agenda or the notice hasn't gone out yet, but it would be amendments to the downtown specific plan proposed by a private applicant related to the Main Street overlay. So we are looking at, or we are evaluating a proposal from an applicant for changes to the land use allowances and some tweaks to the FAR within some of those limits, not within the not to change the max, but within the limits within the max. And so we're intending to bring that meeting. So I wanted to highlight that because I think is one of the key things that we're looking at for May 18th that was in my deliberation, trying to figure out if we could bring back the SB9 study session on that date. And that concludes my reports and announcements, or my information items, I should say. It's late. Happy to answer any questions if needed.
Cool. Are there any questions? This meeting is adjourned at 11:38 p.m. Thank you very much to everyone.